Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Money quarterbacks on Saturday. You're one of your co-hosts, Big Dog, and with me, of course, is NorCal Girl, also known as Sybil, Cowgirl, take your pick. Anyways, I apologize for being a little bit late. I have been sick all week. I thought I was doing good, and today it's starting up again, so I apologize for being late. But Liz, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Apparently, I gave whatever I had earlier this week to you because I was
Well,
sick as a dog earlier this week.
I have the stomach flu.
Oh, I
That
just was
that
croaking like a frog.
no, this is from my grandson. He had a stomach virus. Actually, so did my
Ooh,
daughter and my son-in-law. But when I went to babysit him, I guess I got it. So
ah,
that's yeah.
Lysol,
And I've been
Lysol, Lysol.
all I know is I was doing pretty well. Finally coming out of it. I slept for, and I have never done this before, but I slept on Wednesday about 18, 19 hours, and I've never ever done that.
That's when you know
Uh,
you're sick. Your body's trying to
yeah.
recover.
So, and I didn't eat anything for 2 days. All I had was water.
Ah,
So
make
I thought I was doing well, but I woke up today and I was like, oh no, there goes my stomach again. So if you guys hear funny noises, let me know because my stomach's doing flip flops right now. So I apologize in advance. But
that's okay.
go ahead.
You know, we can cut this short too if you're not feeling good. We can wrap through some things and get out of here
Yeah,
early if you need.
we'll see. Hopefully we'll get more people in.
Yeah. So, how's
Right
the weather
now,
down there for you?
just gonna do that. Right now it is
Oh,
52 degrees, going up to a high of 63 with a 50% chance of rain today. Um, let's see. Air quality is good for now. And let's see where visibility's at. Only 2 mile an hour winds, and visibility is 11 miles. So hopefully we will have some rain. How's the weather up there?
right now it's 57 degrees, and we have a little bit of it's saying light to moderate, but it's more light rain
Okay.
from about now through till about 11:30, and then get this from they said about 1 o'clock on into the afternoon we're supposed to have hail and lightning. Mother
Oh,
Nature really needs to take her bipolar meds. I'm getting tired of this.
no kidding. Yeah, just a couple of days ago, I think it was Tuesday and Wednesday, we were in the mid to upper 80s here,
Yeah, same
and then it
here.
dropped.
Oh yeah, it's like I had my
So
air conditioning on yesterday and the day before.
yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Mother Nature is, well, no, you know what? I won't say anything. I don't want to jinx us down here. I don't want to piss off Mother Nature.
Remember that old commercial about pissing
Uh,
off Mother Nature in
yeah,
the 70s?
that was a butter commercial, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot which the
Uh,
margarine or something like that. I think is what it was.
yeah, it was the one with I think I can't think of the name of it at the moment, but it had like the butter yellow tub with like a
Yeah,
sunflower or something on it.
yeah. There you go. Okay.
So,
So, uh, will Aisha is in the chat room.
oh,
Norca,
she is okay, good.
anime girl. Yeah, it looks like she's listening to us through YouTube. So thank you for that. Let's go ahead and jump into sports because there are a lot of things happening. Where
Oh
would you
God, yes.
where would you like to
I was gonna say,
go
where do you want to
first?
start? I don't know. Why don't we go?
Ladies' choice.
Why don't we
And
go
and
first and
since we
foremost?
don't have a lady, you can choose.
Oh, boo-hoo. Let's go. Let's go with first and foremost. Um, we all know, or at least I hope we all know, that O.J. Simpson died yesterday, I believe it was, at
Day
76
before.
years of age. And
Day before.
what's the day before?
Yeah.
The days all blur into each other. Um, from cancer. So,
Finally.
no kidding. But
I mean,
I was
yeah. Uh-huh.
I was sitting here watching the news, and the news is going over where are they now? Everybody that was originally involved in the trial. I'm like, I really don't care.
Yeah. As we all know, and for those youngsters that don't know, of course, O.J. Simpson. I actually, before I go into that, I had a friend ask me. Uh, he said, "Do we? How did he put it? Do we give condolences to him, or something to something to that sort?" And I said, "As the player, yes. As the person, hell no,
No.
hell no." Of course, it was the so-called trial of the century. Um, I'll ask you that one. Do you think it's the trial of the century, or do you think the Limburg trial was the trial of the century way back in the day?
Ooh,
Ah,
good,
yeah, because
good question.
those are both 1900s.
Yeah. Um, ooh, I honestly don't know because at the time the trial was Limburg simply
Mm-hmm.
because of his political associations, the fact that he was a barrier setter and breaker with airplanes, the fact that who knows what really happened with that child. I mean,
Yeah.
there's so much. So I honestly don't know.
I thought I'd throw a
I think there were
curveball in
two
there with you.
processes. Oh, I hate you. That's actually brilliant.
Yeah, because to me,
So,
those are the two main trials. I mean,
no,
you
yeah,
know,
definitely,
but
definitely.
for the youngsters that don't know, of course, O.J. Simpson, uh, star running back at USC. He was a god pretty much in Southern California. Um, Went on to play for shit. I forgot who he played for. Shows you how much I
Oh,
followed him. Uh,
I I hate it because I can think of it. I can picture the uniform.
yeah, I can see the crappy uniforms. Uh,
Yeah. Oh God. Was that what you used to watch him play? I can't think of it now either.
Southern California in the 60s. Anyways, he played pro ball. Um, was it the Bills or the Colts?
I'm not sure. You're making me look this up now, aren't you?
I know. I'm making you think.
I don't want to think at this hour of the morning.
Let's see. Who did OJ play for?
Bills,
The Bills. Yep, the Buffalo Bills.
but
11 seasons
yep.
with the Bills. Of course, regarded as
Uh,
one of the biggest one of the greatest running backs
running
of all
back.
time. Yeah. So,
Yep.
and of course, was once he retired, he was the ultimate pitch man for Hertz Rent a Car, and he was
He
the
wasn't a
straight
half bad
man.
actor.
Yeah, he was a decent actor. It was all comedy movies. Um, and then he got married to Nicole, I believe that was his second or third
It
marriage.
was his second. It was his
Was
second
the
wife.
second? Yeah. And there had been, of course, reports of spousal abuse throughout the marriage. And then once they separated, Nicole was murdered, along with a
Yep.
waiter, Ronald Goldman, who wrong place, wrong time. We still don't know. Was he there for something else? None of us knows. But they were both murdered in a pretty horrific way. Nicole was pretty much almost decapitated uh,
Correct.
by the knife that sliced her throat, and all the evidence led to OJ. Um, and they had the trial, and of course he had his brain trust of lawyers, Johnny Cochran, and a couple
Robert
others,
Kardashian. Robert
Robert
Kardashian.
Kardashian, and
The only Kardashian.
F. Lee Bailey
Esther Bailey.
also.
Yeah, I was gonna
Those are
say
the
Robert Kardashian. The only one I ever actually respected.
even afterwards.
Robbie Kardashian. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Even so,
Yeah.
okay.
He didn't seem to be in it for the money. We got to remember, both he and the who shall not be named were good friends of OJ's. So
That is true, Josh. Justice isn't always just. As we all know, the trial
sure.
went on, and everything seemed to be leading towards a conviction of OJ. Um, Times were tense because this was just a couple of years after the riots and the whole
Yep.
the beating that happened, with the LAPD and just the whole mess. And then Marsha Clark did the one thing that screwed the whole trial up. She had him try on the gloves.
Uh, yep.
And that was the major mistake because anybody that knows, because these were blood soaked, so they were in
They
moisture.
shrink.
They were in moisture, and as everyone knows, pure leather, real leather, shrinks. So of
Yep.
course it had been sitting there for months and months and months. So when he tried it, and of course OJ is a big guy with huge hands, so they probably fit tight already, when they were brand new. So when he tried on the gloves, they only went to about there.
Yep.
And of course, and he's just going like, they don't fit, they don't fit. And of course, Johnny Cochran with his famous
If it
line,
don't.
if it
Yep.
don't fit, you must have quit.
It has to quit.
So, and that's exactly what happened. And uh, it was weird because even the black community kind of were saying, they didn't come out right and say it, but they were like, yeah, he did it, but he got away with it, you know. And my thinking was, if he didn't do it, he knows who did.
That's my thinking. I
Yeah.
honestly do not think he actually did it. Looking at it from a medical standpoint and
Hmm.
how screwed up his body is, I don't think he
Hmm.
could have, but I do definitely think he had a hand in it.
See,
I
and,
think he
and
plotted the
my
whole thing.
and my thing is, I think he did it. And yeah, I know he had the arthritic hands and the whole thing, but I think his rage was so intense that you hear the stories about the people that have their kids are trapped under a car and they can lift the
Oh,
car up by
superhuman
themselves.
strength? Yeah,
Yes, and I
yeah.
think I think OJ was in that type of a rage because the way she was killed and the way, of course, Ronald Goldman was killed, that was intense rage. And if you hire someone
Oh,
to do it,
definitely.
they're not going to go to that extreme that she was killed by, you know. So that definitely was personal there. So I personally think he did it. Um, Josh is posing a question, says, do you think his celebrity and his race because of the riots also played a factor into the outcome? Yes. Yes, I do.
Oh, definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah, that's why he was able to, as far as being a celebrity, he had the money and the connections to have F. Lee Bailey, one of the biggest attorneys at that time. Even though he
Yeah.
was older, he was famous, especially in the 60s. Then you had Robert Kardashian, who was uh, 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 a very well respected and good lawyer, damn good lawyer. And then, of
Yeah.
course, Johnny Cochran, who was an up and comer also. So, that was the brain trust. So, yeah, I believe that, and the fact that the riots that had happened a couple of years before, had the riots not happened, ooh, I don't know. I don't know how it would have went that way. But I definitely think the whole thing with the glove, had they not introduced the glove or had they not
Good.
had OJ try on the glove, I think it would have
Yeah.
went a whole different way. And
Yeah.
of course, yeah, and of course the
And
Goldmans.
all the test yeah, all the testimony and stuff from Kato Kalin too just made it
Oh
even
yeah,
stranger.
yeah, that guy was weird.
Yeah.
Um, and of course, the Goldmans, the family sued O.J. Simpson and won. I don't know how many tens of millions of dollars through a civil lawsuit because the preponderance of evidence is different on a civil
Yeah.
lawsuit than in a criminal lawsuit or criminal courts. So, but OJ, I think they said might have paid maybe $1 million of the 30, 40, $50 million payout, whatever it was supposed to be. So he never actually uh, played, um, excuse me, paid what he was supposed to. Let's see, Josh. Do you think the legal team knew the real truth, assuming he did it? Yes, I do.
Oh yeah,
And they
definitely.
took it, and they all took it to their graves because any lawyer uh, worth their metal has to get the truth from the person they're defending. So this way they can strategize. So I
And
do believe that he probably told them exactly what happened, so they could
oh
figure
yeah.
out figure out how to you know work it.
Did you know that
Uh,
at the time,
mhm.
when he was driving down the freeway in the Bronco, did you know at that time there was 95 million people in the televised audience watching it with
Yes,
live coverage? Actually, it I remember it interrupted the NBA finals.
yes, I know. I was watching it.
I was
I was
still at
pissed.
work. I was still at work when
I,
the chase started, but I managed to get home and thinking, okay, I'll be there. I'll be watching it. I'll be a little bit late. Nope, we're still watching a white Bronco.
I was so pissed. I was like, "Who cared? Put him in a little picture-in-picture, man.
Yeah, I know,
Give
the
me
little
back,
thumbnail
give
picture.
me back my game." And of course, he didn't stay out of trouble. He moved to Florida. He tried to move to a couple of different countries, and they would not take him. He was immediately kicked out, and sent back to the U.S. No one wanted him, so he moved to Florida. If I don't know if you remember this, NorCal girl. He was on the golf course on the golf links with oh, what's his face? I just had his name right now. The one who was accused of killing his wife also. Um, the actor, Little
Oh,
Rascals, Robert Blake.
Robert. Yeah,
Blake, right? Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So they were both on the golf course, supposedly looking for the killer. Like both each looking for their killers. So yeah.
do you do you remember? Like as you said, he couldn't stay out of trouble. Do you remember when those two men robbed his apartment
No, I don't remember that
for
one.
all for all that memorabilia?
Oh, okay. So actually they didn't rob him. What it was is they had his memorabilia. Maybe they did rob him. Maybe they did rob the house. So what OJ did is he
Yeah,
saw his memorabilia was being sold either online or at an auction or something or other, and he went to Vegas and he got these two guys and held them hostage at gunpoint and wanted all of his
yeah,
stuff back. Um, if I remember correctly, these guys said they got it from someone who knew OJ, and OJ had given to that guy, and the guy needed the money, so then he sold it to these auctioneers. And OJ was caught, of course, and that's when he went to jail for what was it, the 5 or 7
nine
years?
years,
9 years.
nine
Okay, there we
years.
go.
Yeah.
So and he got out then, uh, probably 10, 15 years ago, whatever it was, because he was already older, a lot older. And
He was paroled in 2017.
there we go. Yeah. So it wasn't that long ago. And
No, not really.
and the thing was, like in Vegas, when he got caught, they were like, "You're not getting away this time. We're presenting the case. We're not putting anything extra. We're just giving you the facts." And he was found guilty, of course. Went to jail. He tried to plead mercy. Judge wasn't having it. Jury wasn't having it. So he did go to jail for those 9 years. Um, and I guess when he left, he went back to Florida, and they said he had, I'm not sure what type of cancer it was, but that he had been battling cancer for a year or two, and that he finally died. Like we said, I believe it was Thursday. They said his family and grandchildren, his kids and grandkids were around him when he passed. Now, I know he had an estranged relationship with his daughter. I'm not sure about the son. So I don't know if they made up or what, but it's one of the big
Nicole's
mysteries that,
kid, you mean?
yeah, I
Yeah.
thought he had children. Didn't he have children with
He
her?
had he had children. He had children with the first wife. Then he had two children with Nicole.
Well, supposedly they were all there, and
Oh, really?
along with grandkids. At least that's what the
Hmm.
report said. Let's see what it. How do you keep an idiot entranced? Just drive a white Bronco down the freeway with a cop car behind you. And I still remember that thing. All he wanted, he just wanted to go see his mom.
Yeah, I remember the whole thing driving down. It was so
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yep.
It's the longest non high speed chase in history, I think.
And if you, I don't know if you remember, the whole time the civil trial was happening, I guess just before it started, OJ transferred all of his assets to his mom,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
so the Goldmans couldn't get anything. You know, so he already knew he was going to lose.
Oh, yeah.
But one of the big mysteries, uh, or one of the big mysteries that's not a mystery, I guess.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
he did publish that book, although, or he tried to publish the book and they had it stopped.
Oh, I know. I forget what the title
Uh,
of it was.
uh,
If
if I
if
if
I
I if
did
I
it or
if
something.
I did it, yeah, or something like that. Um,
Yeah.
I'd like to welcome into the show, Anime Girl. How are you?
Hi guys, I'm fine. I'm fine.
That's good. I'm glad to hear your voice.
Thought I'd pop in just to add my two pennies worth. Probably
Okay,
won't stay that long.
Well,
Probably won't stay
you're
that
you're two
long.
you're
oh, I'm
two
glad
Um,
you're here.
you're 2 pounds worth.
two pennies worth, yeah. Bloody
Oh, penny.
colonial. God, bloody hell! You go away for a couple of years, have decided to overtake the lunatic
That's
asylum.
why.
We missed you.
Well, yeah. We let the lunatics out to play. We need you to corral us.
So what was your take? Where during that chase, you were probably in the military. Where were you? Do you remember reading or hearing about it, or where were you? Do you remember?
Anime girl.
She'll be back.
Yeah, she'll be back.
Yeah, I
What?
remember because, like I said, I was pissed. I was watching the basketball game, and they go, "We now take you to breaking news." And I'm like, "Oh,"
Breaking news.
and it's OG. I'm like, "Who gives a shit? Goddamn, put the thing back. Give me my game." But OJ, yeah, like we said, the book, and I believe there are some uh volume. The book is out there. I mean, you used to be able to find it on eBay every so often, and I know it's worth. I know it's like $200-300 now or something, or maybe even more. But
Why would I want to?
the novelty of the people that wanted just the novelty of it. I mean, he gained a lot of he gained fans because of it. You know those
Oh,
crazy
he
people,
did.
the ones that follow Manson and the Night
Yeah,
Stalker and all that crap.
I think he got marriage proposals too.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. But I still remember he was saying that he didn't have any money and he was the only thing he had was his NFL pension fund that
Oh yeah, I
that
remember
paid.
that.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, you just hid all your money is what you did, damn it. But it was some mixed. I was reading I guess the tweets or whatever they're called now, out there talking about us. Some were so-so, others were out and out. Good riddance. Glad you're gone. Um, Caitlyn Jenner, of course, we all know who that used to be.
Hmm.
Uh, actually tweeted and said, "Finally."
She
So
didn't.
yeah, yeah, she did.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, she
Good
said,
on her.
"Finally." Yeah, finally, and then hashtagged it with OJ Simpson. So I was like, "Oh, okay."
No love
And,
lost there.
yeah, anime girl, you're back.
Hell yeah! My internet decided to have a hairy fit, and throw me out, and do weird and wonderful things. So I had to have a swift talk with it.
There
Ah.
you go.
You will.
Uh, I'm not sure if you heard me before we lost you, but during when the chase happened, uh, I would assume you were still in the military. It's wrong for me to assume, but I know. Um, do you remember it at all, or do you remember where you were when this was happening?
What? When did the chase happen again?
80, oh God, 84? Let me make sure.
Couldn't have been 84.
I'm guessing.
Let's say 90 something.
Uh, April 10, 94. I was off by 10 years.
Oh,
1994, June of 94.
June of '94. June of '94. I was working for the military.
Okay.
I remember, what was it? I was actually, we sat and watched it while I was at work. Um,
Okay.
Somebody says, "Hey, look, the Yanks are at it again." And we sort of switched over to the news, and there was this white Bronco slowly making its way down the freeway. And then the camera sort of pulls out and pans back a bit. And you got the whole of, California
Yeah.
Highway Patrol or whoever it was sat there. Lights going, sirens going, but nobody's making a damn move towards the Bronco.
Hmm.
And we just sat there and we thought, we'll do something. This is not the movies. take the guy out. No, they just let him go down the road. And we all sat there and thought, if this was Britain, you'd have some guy up the road with what we call the stinger.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh, yeah.
they'd be sitting at the side of the road and they'd wait for him to come down and they'd throw the stinger out in front of him, pop the tyres, slow the car down, beat 7 miles of crap out of him and say, you nicked. But, that's the
Well, the
Brits.
reason they didn't do that is he was driving so slowly, he wasn't a hazard. So they figured it was best just to continue the chase till he gave up because he wasn't being an endangerment to anybody. And they thought that he was suicidal and had a gun.
And the riots had just happened a couple of years before. They didn't want to have another riot on their hands.
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah, I suppose
But
that's one way of looking
But
at it.
I can see it on your side though, Anime Girl, being from the military and especially watching it with military friends. You guys must have been infuriated. You guys probably had about 15 different ways to have stopped that Bronco in like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah. Oh, you damn well better believe it. We had the Stinger way of doing it. I think the other way we were going to do it was wait for an on ramp, let him go past the on ramp, and as he levels up with the on ramp, get somebody coming down the on ramp and just smack the side of him and bounce him off the central medium, and that would have stopped a little swipe. We sat and worked it all out. We just sat there looking at all these cops going, do something, move.
I can just hear Anime Girl and her military friends going, stupid Americans. Stupid Americans.
Yep. Yep.
That's a polite version of what was said, actually. It was something like, Foxtrot Americans, shift your, But no.
Yeah.
But hey ho, that's, you do things your way. That's what makes America, America, I suppose, when we do things our way, which makes Britain, Britain. And sometimes we agree and other times we don't.
And like I said, I was watching the NBA finals, so I was very agitated that they took my basketball away from me to put this stupid chase on.
Hey, talking about basketball, did you hear that the English basketball team won the European Championships?
Oh, really?
Yeah, we did.
Nice.
I did not hear that. Wow! Congratulations.
Yeah, it's the first time they've done it. I think it was a girls' team that did it as well.
Oh, cool.
They've done that.
Very impressive.
Yeah, they made some quite a news item out of it on the BBC. But there you go. And I also noticed that I think it's been in the chat on Sports Talk and all that a certain football player, Mr. Rice, has been arrested as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We were going to lead into that for the next automotive.
Well, there you go. I have segued you into it. So off you go, big dog.
So, as Anime Girl has said, the Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rasheed Wallace surrendered to police on Thursday on charges included aggravated assault after he and another driver of a speeding sports car allegedly caused, I don't know why they say allegedly, there's all kinds of cameras, but anyways, crash involving about a half dozen vehicles on the Dallas highway last month. Spoken for Rice's attorney, Texas State Senator Royce West confirmed to the Associated Press on Thursday evening that Rice turned himself in to the Glen Heights Police Department. Rice was booked into the regional jail at DeSoto, and West said that he was released on bond Thursday night. He acknowledges his actions and is deeply and feels deeply for those injured and the result of this accident. They said he had warrants issued for Rice, who is only 23 years old. Okay.
Okay, who's killing me?
That's Anime Girl. Someone changed the background too. He was
That Sci-Fi Visions background.
yeah, it wasn't there earlier. I'll switch it back in a moment.
Yes, it was.
Oh, was it? I didn't notice.
Yep. Yep.
Um, one count of aggravated assault, one count of collision involving serious bodily injury, and 6 counts of a collision involving injury. Um, he was driving the Lamborghini sports vehicle when it happened, and uh, the other person has been identified as SMU wide receiver Teddy Knox, who is 21, and he was driving the Corvette. An arrest warrant with the same charges has been issued for him, although he is yet not in custody. This was as of yesterday. So says they were both speeding, caused a crash, and they both left. Why they left is still not has still not been made clear. But
Maybe it's because they were going 119 miles an hour.
yeah, they were definitely racing over 100 miles an hour. So he's in deep shit. Excuse me, deep doo doo.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. SMU has suspended Teddy Knox from their team until this is all figured out. So I guess winning 2 straight Super Bowls, having all the adulation, all those parties, all that stuff, just wasn't enough for this 23-year-old kid who decided, he's going to go rent a Lamborghini SUV worth, I believe they said $250,000, and then wreck it. So idiots are
Yeah,
idiots.
I don't know if you caught that, but one of the females that was injured in the crash, they're
Hmm.
looking at a lifetime of limited mobility for her.
Oh, really? I did not. I did not hear
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. She got serious bodily injury to her face, head, torso, and leg. And it says she'll be dealing with a lifetime of limited mobility and
Oh,
and sight for yeah,
wow. And sight.
yeah, yep. I didn't catch the sight until just now when I was rereading it.
That is very
So
unfortunate.
so that will even go into weighing more into his sentence because of the severity of her injuries.
Well, he is an idiot.
Who's an idiot?
Rashid Rice.
Right.
Oh, sorry. I had to cut off there. I had a phone call from the hospital. That was all.
Oh, everything okay?
Everything okay?
Or as well as can be, I mean?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
there's no improvement, but there is no decline either at the moment. So we are classified as stable.
Where is that? There it is. Okay, hold on. Now I finally found it. I will change it right now. Let's talk with the guys.
Oh, there you go. Look, we've suddenly decided to become all sporty.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, no, you can't see anybody. Oh, no, we're back again.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. We'll just leave that one. I was saying while you were getting your phone call, I was saying I guess winning back-to-back Super Bowls and having all the adulation and parties and you know the just the joy of winning 2 Super Bowls, I guess wasn't enough for this kid that had to go out and rent a $250,000 Lamborghini and then go ahead and wreck it, and then run from the scene. Figuring I don't know what he was thinking, figuring it's a rental that they wouldn't know who it was.
The thing is,
I-
yes, you said he caused the accident and ran from the scene.
Mm-hmm.
You probably find he wasn't thinking because you will probably find that he had so much other things on his mind that doing the right thing wasn't uppermost. He just wanted to have fun. He'd had an accident. He stood and looked at it and thought, crap, the shit's going to hit the fan. And I don't want to be here when it does, and my money will get me out of it. I think you may find that money may buy you many things, but happiness and common sense are a couple of things you can't buy.
That is so very, very true. And the guy driving the Corvette, the guy he was racing with, was a SMU player, a 21-year-old, and he has been suspended by SMU. His name is Teddy Knox. He's a wide receiver. And he was the one that was racing in the Corvette with Rashid Rice, excuse me. And oh, you might like this, anime girl. This may be, something you might not be opposed to. But Mr. Tom Brady has said he is
I was
not.
going to say that.
He is not
literally
opposed.
that was the next thing I was going to say.
He is not opposed to making a late season comeback if he is needed. He was asked on some podcast that he was on that if the phone rang, would he pick it up? And he said he would not be opposed to coming back. He says he keeps himself in shape, and depending on the circumstances.
Round is a shape, I suppose.
No, that's me.
I saw Mr. Brady. He was more round and in shape, but I suppose round, is a shape. Carry on. I apologize.
Well, he only retired last year. He hasn't been out of it that long.
And the fact too that if the sale, excuse me, not the sale, if the purchase of the minority ownership goes through before someone makes that phone call, then he has to give up either has to give up his ownership or not play. You cannot, of course, be an owner of a team and play also, because he is trying to. He has his minority ownership of the Raiders being processed through the NFL right now, which they said would happen sometime this year, most likely. He said he would not be opposed to the 49ers. He also mentioned the Raiders and the Patriots.
Well, at least he isn't lumbering the Cowboys, but then again, I suppose the way the Cowboys have been playing, the way they've been picking, they could use all the help they can get. Never mind.
I can't believe he's almost 50.
Who?
Brady?
No.
Yeah, he's 46.
Is he that
He's
old?
46.
I thought he was in his.
Uh-huh.
I thought he was in his early 40s.
He's 46.
Oh,
he
crap.
Holy crap, he is 46 years old.
Oh, shite. Sorry. I've got the women's England-Scotland match on the television, and England are winning 15-0.
Oh.
To put it in American terms, I think it's a case of circle the wagons and hope and pray the cavalry arrive, because they ain't doing much of anything else.
Who used to be one of my favorite players. I respect his game, but this guy's getting crazier and crazier, and I'm really getting tired of him. Mr. Aaron Rodgers was once again in the media. Started off okay, talked about his Achilles injury, and he thought when he got it that he seriously thought his career was over. He's glad it's not, and that he's going to try make it a go this season. Then he went off the rails once again. It was in a podcast. Yeah, it was a podcast. It was something like 2.5 hours. The podcast. And in it, of course, he claims that Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s life is in danger, uh, and that there's conspiracy theories, of course, he went into about Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy, and that we all know that the CIA was involved in their killings, and
Oh Lord.
John F. Kennedy Jr. Uh, you're gonna love this one. He was killed because he was going up against Hillary Clinton for the Senate race when he was killed.
Oddly
Uh,
enough, I've heard that one before.
yeah, that's one of the conspiracies. So he grabbed onto that one.
Yeah.
Of course, has been
God.
debunked. That's been debunked because he was not going against Hillary at all. She was running unopposed. So, but of course, that's what people just want to, they grab onto anything. And he just kept saying that because of all that, now Robert Kennedy Jr. is in danger because, his uncle was killed, or excuse me, his uncle was murdered, his father was murdered, his cousin was murdered. So Robert Kennedy Jr. now is in danger because
Well, if Robert Kennedy Jr. is in politics, especially American politics, then yeah, he is in danger because every politician in America runs
oh
the
yeah,
same risk. So, conspiracy theory, yeah, but it's a conspiracy theory based on facts that happen to other people.
yeah,
So,
and most conspiracy theories have a little bit of truth to them somewhere,
well, yeah,
somewhat,
somewhat
you know.
have to be. I mean, I suppose it's a bit like saying to Abraham Lincoln, "Don't go to the theatre. We've heard that somebody's going to shoot you."
Yeah,
And all Mr. Lincoln's going to turn around and say is, "Well, yes, but they've already tried that once, so I'm still going to the theatre." Hey
yeah.
ho, guess what happens?
You know, personally, I don't believe it was just one shooter with John, Mr. Kennedy, but that's just my personal opinion. So,
I think it's most people's personal opinions. There is no such thing as a magic bullet. I'm sorry. A bullet
well,
does not think for itself and turn itself into another trajectory.
that is true. Although they've kind of debunked it, or not debunked it, but said it's possible because of the actual way that the car was built, where Kennedy's actually seated higher than what we all thought it was.
Yeah,
So,
I've
I
seen
mean,
this stuff. So
yeah, I mean, but still the fact, that, Oswald, no one really knows what kind of a shot he actual was. Cause I mean, it would have to take an expert marksman to pull those three shots off with a deadbolt, rifle, made in the 50s that was already old and so on and so forth. And, through the trees and the wrong trajectory and the whole thing. But anyways, we're getting
especially,
off course.
especially
Huh?
if it was the Italian rifle that they say was used, because that
Yeah.
Italian rifle that they said was used was the biggest
Hmm.
bunch of crap going. So
Yeah.
yeah,
See, you would know. I don't know. I don't know rifles. I only go by what I see on TV. But you probably actually seen and maybe even used one of those rifles.
I've
So,
used a bolt action rifle. Yes, I used a Lee Enfield 303. Um,
so how hard would it have been to get off those three shots with that deadbolt action rifle from that distance with
right. Well,
pinpoint with damn
with a Lee
accuracy?
Enfield, a professional marksman with a Lee Enfield can get off 15 rounds in a minute.
Okay.
So
Excuse
that's
me.
professional, providing that the alleged shooter who took out JFK
Hmm.
was a professional using a reasonable rifle, getting off 3 rounds as quickly as they did is a possibility. Using the particular Italian rifle that they allege was used,
Hmm.
um, could it have been done? Possible. Would he have hit Kennedy with all 3 rounds? Highly improbable, because to use a deadbolt rifle, half the time you're moving the rifle whilst you're using the
Yeah.
bolt, and that ain't going to happen. You've got to get back on target every time. So,
Well,
I can't-
if I remember correctly, the first shot misses, and that's the one that they find on the freeway down the way.
yeah,
And then the second one, I believe, hits the senator in the arm. And the third one was the kill. Oh, the second one, I think, is the magic bullet.
yeah,
And then the third shot was the kill shot.
yeah, probably.
And of course, all the physics are wrong because his head went the wrong way, and it should have went back and to the left, or I forgot how it was, and he's went forward to the right or something. So
Yeah,
it was
'cause-
like the exact opposite.
Yeah, because as far as I'm aware, JFK, his entry wound was the same as Lincoln's. It was at the back of the head.
Yeah.
Which, if
Yep.
you look at the way that it's set up, and they reckon that it was supposed to have been done, the guy that used the rifle, unless you used the first 2 rounds as ranging shots,
Hmm.
but even then, I mean, I would say 90% chances of getting the third shot as the kill shot. Nah, I can't see it myself.
Yeah. Would like to welcome into the chat room, Gridiron Girl. How you doing, Gig?
Morning, Gig. How are you doing, dear?
Hey, Gig.
Oh, okay. Cool. We'll see how he does.
Well, this is
They're getting a lot of rugby. They're getting all kinds of rugby and soccer stars now. That's why we're seeing 60 and 65-yard kicks now, like nothing.
well, yeah, because
Wow.
especially in rugby, I mean, they're
Yeah.
trained to when they kick a ball, they are trained to get it downfield, and if they can go from end to end, they will go end to end. Ain't no problem with that.
Yep. Okay, so we talked about Mr. Rogers.
And Mr. Rice.
Yeah, I am just I'm just so fed up with Aaron Rodgers. I used to love him, watching him play, and then these last like 4 or 5 years, hearing all his weird conspiracy shit that he talks about is just it's a little much. I think it takes away from the game and from him and what he's accomplished on the field.
Yeah, I would agree.
Especially when he starts off with the no one can tell me how to think. I'm a free thinker, and everybody should open their minds and blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, while you're in your cave meditating or whatever the hell you do in there.
The thing is, I mean, he's saying that nobody can tell him how to think or what to think, but at the same time, he's being a hypocrite by telling everybody else what they should be thinking.
Exactly.
And I mean, there is using your God-given ability and celebrity status for good, and then there's using it for sheer bloody stupidity. And I think Mr. Rogers tends to fall into the latter category.
Unfortunately, yes, he does.
Which, if he stuck to, Roger might say, if he stuck to playing football and stopped being a jackass, it might actually do some good.
Yep. On to baseball. There's a few things we're going to cover. First, this was late breaking news yesterday. As we talked about last week, the Shohei Ohtani home run ball that was caught by the lady, and I finally found out it was her husband. So
It was.
and
Okay.
the Dodgers have been tap dancing backwards since then because they knew they screwed up. So they finally made it right yesterday. It just happened to be her birthday. They brought her back to Dodger Stadium, her and her entire family, the husband, and it looked like there was about 4 or 5 family members. They were given behind the plate field level seats. They did the on the field experience. They went back into the clubhouse. They met Shohei Ohtani. There's pictures proving it. So they met Shohei. They all took pictures with Shohei Ohtani. She was given 2 more hats, another baseball, and another baseball bat, and of course treated VIP treatment the whole 9 yards. Um, she was extremely ecstatic, and she said, "Best birthday ever," and she is more than happy now with the outcome. She said mainly what she wanted was she wanted to meet Ohtani. So she got that. The Dodgers finally did the right thing because they screwed up, and they did say that they're still looking over how their policy is on how to treat award-winning or award-breaking baseballs, and how to deal with the fans in getting it back, I guess. So the Dodgers did turn it around. So I'll give them that one. But man, they should have done this in the first place.
The only reason they did it is they got backed into a corner.
Big time.
Well, yeah, I mean, if
Oh,
you're going to play silly buggers and start threatening people, I mean, of course you're going to end up having to backtrack and kiss butt. It's their own bloody fault. I said that
yeah.
before.
Mhm.
I mean, there's certain things you can get away with, but when you start getting half a dozen burly ass blokes around a single woman, it doesn't matter what size the woman is, you're an idiot, and you deserve all you get.
Yeah. Especially that they didn't let her talk to her husband, that they separated her from her husband and then intimidated her.
Well,
So
exactly. I mean, that's the last thing you're going to bloody do. It's the last thing.
and it cost them nothing. I mean, the baseball bats, the hats, everything is all provided. It's a
Yeah.
write-off for them, and for just to tell Otani, who signs autographs probably every single day, a few dozen probably for whatever, just throw a couple, throw 5 more items in front of him and say, "Here, sign this." So, and they clarified also, because the fact, I don't know if you remember me talking about it or not, but when she caught the ball last week, Otani's interpreter, the new interpreter, said Otani met with her, and that they had an exchange and so on and so forth. And when, of course, the wife said, "We didn't meet Otani. I wanted to meet Otani, but we never met Otani." So everyone was like,
Yeah.
"Oh crap, he's lying." So they clarified that by saying, "No, the interpreter is still getting used to Shohei, and he misinterpreted what Shohei meant." And I'm like,
Oh,
"Oh, you
yeah,
guys are
right.
so," I'm like, "You guys are so full of shit."
Yeah, blame the interpreter. It's the easiest way of getting out of the crap.
Yep.
That's how it works. Blame the interpreter. You probably
Yeah.
find the interpreter sat there and thought, "No, I didn't say it, but you guys want me to get in the poop again because you just got rid of one interpreter. Maybe you'll have to get another one."
Yeah. Well, that's why I did this, because it's a nice little segue. So, speaking of interpreters,
Uh-huh.
Mr. Mizuhara, it was not $4.5 million that was stolen from Shohei. It
No,
was upwards of $16 million.
Million.
yeah.
Yep.
And the way it went about was, so this guy, so they're getting him on bank fraud, which carries a maximum of $1 million fine and up to 30 years in prison.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. attorney has cleared Shohei of any wrongdoing. The federal government has done their investigation and said Shohei is the victim in this.
Yeah, attorney E. Martin Estrada has
Yep.
said that he is a victim of the crime.
Yeah. So Mr. Mizuhara, what he did is when they set up the account with the Angels, when he was with the Angels, of course, Mizuhara was pretty much connected to Shohei 24/7 because of the language barrier. So when they started setting up his accounts of where his money was to be put into the bank accounts, um, the financial advisors and those guys that were hired also, they were saying, okay, so we need access, so we can make sure the money's where it's going, blah blah blah, take care of your money for you. And Mizuhara said, no, Shohei says he doesn't want to do that. He'll take care of it himself. And then Mizuhara went to Otani and said, okay, they're going to take care of your money. You don't have to worry about anything. And what Mizuhara did was he told the banks, we'll set this up. And I'm also on the account. And this is the password, this and this. And so that's how he got access to all the accounts.
So therefore, as we had speculated previously about 3 weeks back,
mhm.
the accountants would not question when Mizuhara took it away. They would assume, because he had already set all this up, that he had complete and utter clearance to do so. Which, when you think about it, Otani should have really had other checks and balances. But he, as they do in Japanese society, they trust. They trust
exactly.
you to do exactly what they've asked you to do. And if you don't, you'll probably find that the individual concerned will be more ashamed of being caught for doing it than actually ending up inside.
Probably. So that's what he was doing. So he was burning the cat, as they say, he was burning the candle on both ends on this one. So he was lying to all the financial people, and of course lying to Otani.
Yeah.
And he was making these bets. And let's see, I had that number. This guy has a gambling problem.
Really? 16
Oh, very much so.
Okay, so it says text messages showed that Mizuhara began gambling with a bookmaker in September of 2021 and began losing a, quote, substantial sums of money, end quote, later that year. In all the complaints states, Mizuhara averaged 25 bets per day, ranging anywhere from $10 to $160,000 per bet. It says between December 2021 and January of this year, some 19,000 bets in all. It says according to a spreadsheet obtained by authorities, he had total winnings of $142 million and total losses of $183 million, leaving a net balance of a negative $40,678,436.
What was he betting on? 2 raindrops running down the window or something?
Anything and everything that was not baseball. They said that was one thing they made very clear. He never bet on a baseball game ever.
Oh, right.
Almighty. Sorry, I started reading. You weren't here. I looked up and you're here. Good morning, sir.
How's everyone doing?
Is that a Punisher logo behind you?
We're alive.
Might as well be. It's a skull.
Okay, cool.
with a knife and it's anyway, Anyway. We'll go with that.
All right. So and what Mizuhara did is on the losses, he would take the money out of Otani's bank, his account, but the winnings he had them funneled into his own account. So
yeah, talk about having your cake and eat it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So it says I thought this was kind of funny. It's sad but funny. It says, according to an affidavit, Mizahara repeatedly texted the bookmaker asking for more credit. On November 14th, 2022, he wrote, I'm terrible at this sports betting thing, huh? Any chance you can bump me again? As you know, you don't have to worry about me not paying. So by his own admission, he was a horrible gambler.
You don't have to worry about me not paying, because all I'll do is I'll tap the boss.
Yep. It says investigators also relied on a recorded phone calls from the bank in which Mizahara falsely identified himself as Otani to trick and deceive bank employees into authorizing the transfers. The complainant outlined one specific transfer on June 20th, 2023 of $500,000 to an associate of a bookmaker. Text messages from filings show that around November 2023, the relationship between Mizahara and the bookmaker changed. On November 17th, the bookmaker texted, I don't know why you're not returning my calls. I'm here in Newport Beach and I see Otani walking his dog. I'm just going to go up and talk to him and ask how I can get in touch with you since you're not responding. Please call me back immediately. Says there was no indication in the complaint that anyone connected with the bookmaker ever made contact with Otani. Bass said that Bauer, the bookmaker, had no contact with Otani. Oh, this guy's in it deep. So he was arrested. So he was arrested.
I was going to say, did you see what the fine is?
Yeah, up to $1 million and 30 years in jail.
30 years in prison. Yep.
So he turned himself in. Let's see. Here we go. On yesterday afternoon, Mizahara turned himself in. He was I thought this was funny. So, guys, he steals $16 million, bank fraud, wire fraud, this fraud, that fraud, blah, blah, blah. And he was released on bond, and the bond was only $25,000.
It's unsecured, too.
Yep.
25. I thought it was 200.
That just makes it even worse.
Nope.
Big dog. I thought that was 250,000.
No, it says Mizahara was released shortly after on an unsecured $25,000 bond. Whatever, known as a signature bond. That means Mizahara does not have to put up any cash or collateral to be released. If he violates the conditions of his bond, he will be on the hook, of course, for $25,000. So it might have originally started out at $250, but they were able to talk it down to $25, which I think is crazy.
Crazy. With the money he's had squirreled away. Yeah, I'd say it's crazy.
He probably had that in his pocket, ready to go bet.
That would not surprise me. Oh, look, there's a couple of cockroaches running across a blooming hot plate. Let's see how far they get. One explodes, Yeah.
I would laugh if they asked, well, where's Mizahara? Oh, he's staying at Morongo, which is a casino out here.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got him shacked up in Las Vegas, just keep him out of the way.
Yeah, he's in the high roller suite.
Yeah, no kidding.
That would not surprise me. Anyway, hello,
Almighty. Any comments on it, Almighty?
No. I mean, we talked about that. I mean, we talked about this last week, and it just seems like it keeps going and going. But the $25,000 bond for millions of dollars in fraud seem awful. I mean, people with less charges get.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like Animaker was thinking, $250,000 just for jaywalking in California. So I mean, it's really
pretty much.
I'm just saying it's really that's I don't know. I mean that's I guess they're thinking he's not banking. Yeah, right. that he's not going to go anywhere.
Could it be the fact that he's a Japanese citizen, not an American citizen? And
No, I wouldn't have anything to do with it.
No, well, what they most likely did was take away his passport.
Yeah.
Oh, they did.
And they might have put an ankle bracelet on him.
I mean, there's got to be a reason why it's so damn low. There has to be a reason behind it.
It is so weird. My oldest daughter works in the bond industry. She's a technically she's a bail bondsman, but she does all she writes them all up. And I'll ask her, oh, how is it? Oh, we had this, we had that. I go, oh, okay, what was one of the bonds? And she said, oh, it was domestic violence and with a handgun, and the person's in the hospital and blah blah blah. And I go, well, how much was the bond? She's like, oh, it was $20,000. And I'm like, what? And then there's one that's a DUI or something, and their bond was $75,000. And I'm just,
yeah, go figure.
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah, well, like I always said, lunatics took over the asylum, so hey ho, get on with it.
Yep. I found this one interesting. I don't know if you guys had seen it or not. Do you guys know? You guys all know who Bad Bunny is?
No,
Yeah.
no, sorry.
Okay. He's a Puerto Rican singer. Very popular guy. So, anyways, he started a baseball agency. Okay. So, it says William Arroyo, the main baseball agent for Bad Bunny-led agency Rimas Sports, had his Major League Baseball Players Association certification revoked after a union investigation into complaints from other agents about improper benefits provided to players. The Major League Baseball Players Association informed Arroyo's clients of its decision, according to an email obtained by ESPN on Friday. It says, quote, at Remus Sports, we uphold the highest standards of professionalism and integrity of our industry, end quote. The company has said in a statement, out of respect for an ongoing process within the context of the Major League Players Association agent regulations, we will refrain from making any comments at this time, as we remain committed to continue to serve our clients in excellence. It says Arroyo and Remus Sports have the right to appeal, but it is not known whether Arroyo will challenge the decertification. It said it received evidence that the company had offered players cash and gifts to switch agencies. And according to Section 5 of the Major League Players Association regulations, it states that agents will have, it says that no agent shall provide, cause to provide, or promise to provide any money or any other thing of value to any player or any other person related or associated with such player for the purposes of persuading them to join or remain with an agency. Of course, Bad Bunny, the world-famous Puerto Rican rapper and singer, launched his sports management agency in April of last year, alongside his manager Noah Assad. And they brought in Hall of Fame catcher Ivan Rodriguez, of course, one of the most famous players from Puerto Rico ever. He was hired to serve as an ambassador. It says Rodriguez is no longer involved with the agency. So looks like Bad Bunny. I'm not sure if he had anything to do with this, but the guy running it, evidently, they have about 7 or 8 players. But as I said, there's improprieties that they were bribed to come join them, so they had their certification revoked. Big deal, of course, because as we all know, agents get anywhere from 5 to 15% of the player's contract, so it's a lot of money.
Yep.
Yeah, sounds like fun there. How do you screw a player over? Oh, bribe him to move to your your little organization, and then get caught doing it. What a
And then they get caught. Now you have no, you can't go back to your old agent.
nope.
He
No.
ain't going to take you back.
No, he's going to sit there and look at you and think, well, you did it once, you little rat, you'll do it again.
Yep. Okay. Also, former Dodger Julio Urias. If you guys remember, he was had suspicion of domestic violence, and the charges were dropped at the time.
Yeah.
Well, he has now been charged with 5 misdemeanors in the wake of the September arrest on suspicion of felony domestic violence. The charges filed in LA Superior Court by the city attorney's office on Monday included 1 count of spousal battery, 1 count of false imprisonment, 1 count of assault, and 2 counts of domestic battery involving dating relationship. He's currently a free agent, and he's scheduled to be arraigned on May 2nd. This, of course, comes 3 months after the LA County District Attorney's Office ruled that they will not file felony charges against Urias, writing that its charge evaluation worksheet on January 9th, neither the victim's injuries nor the defendant's criminal history justify felony filing. So I guess they changed their minds for whatever reason. The Major League Baseball has not commented on this yet. Of course, back then in 2019, he was suspended for 20 games on suspicion of domestic violence. So I am pretty sure that Major League Baseball will come down heavy on this one very quickly. Since he is a free agent, they may suspend him. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. I was surprised ever since they said they had dropped the charges. I'm wondering what came up for them to reinstate the charges, and not only that, but make it 5 felony counts.
Witness statement, do you reckon?
Could be, or maybe additional statements, or she amended her statement. Maybe something happened afterwards, and she amended her statement. Yeah.
Yeah, or they've had a statement which has led to evidence coming forward, and they thought, here we go, now we've got the little SOB, we're going to nail him.
Yeah, that's happened before.
Yeah, that could be part of the reason. What do you think, Big Almighty?
I have no thoughts on that. That's
You doing okay, Almighty?
Yeah.
You're awfully quiet today. Are you sure?
I'm letting Big Dog people talk. I'm not going to interrupt people all the time.
Oh.
So I'm not going to interrupt Big Dog anymore.
Oh, that's why I love you, though.
That's So go ahead and speak, Big Dog. But it just seems like lots of bad news going on all the time that we cover. So
that is so very true.
All kinds of things going on. We still got, I don't know, I just got here. I don't know if you covered any more of the Rashi Rice things going on where.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he's had arrest warrant and all this stuff, and he has multiple charges on that. So I guess you already covered that. So I don't know how long he's going to be. I don't know. Maybe was his bond higher than the interpreter?
Good question. Let me see what it was.
I didn't even check. I mean,
see what it says.
Maybe his was $250 since his was. I don't know. He just doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Dallas.
$25 knowing him.
Yeah, 20. Well, I'm talking about like Dallas getting $25. Oh, it's okay. Everybody's in the hospital, but here, $25 bond. Which is probably right, girl.
Actually, it does not say. It doesn't say how much it was.
Did he turn himself
Uh,
in then, Big Dog?
yes, he did. He turned himself in once he got it with his lawyers. Um, they both went down, turned himself in. Um, Teddy Knox, who's a wide receiver for SMU, was the driver of the Corvette. He has the same arrest warrant out for him right now with the exact same charges as Rasheed Rice. He has not turned himself in yet, but he has already been suspended by SMU.
Oh, wow.
Pending in further investigations, of course. Interesting news that came in late last night. The Arizona Coyotes were informed before their game yesterday by ownership that they have been sold finally. This has been going on for a couple of years. That they've been sold. Let's see if it says the names. So they were sold to Ryan and Ashley Smith, who own the Utah Jazz, and the Coyotes. I guess the sale has gone through, and the new owners or the old owners came in and said, "You will be relocating to Utah starting next season."
What?
Yep.
Oh, come on. Another team moving. Oh, come
Yeah.
on.
So the Arizona Coyotes. Who knows what they're going to be called? The Utah Coyotes. I don't know. The Utah
Mormons.
Mormons. The Utah Mormons. Yeah. It says they were
Yeah.
informed Friday that the team is relocating to Utah.
Wow.
Coyotes general manager Bill Armstrong, was the GM, met with the players ahead of their game against the Edmonton Oilers to confirm that what had been rumored all week, that the NFL is working to facilitate a sale to Ryan and Ashley Smith, owners of the Jazz, and the Coyotes will begin playing there next season. It says the NHL and Smith's group have been working on a deal, and on Friday, nothing was done yet, and there was plenty of work before the deal was finalized. But the announcement is expected next week at the conclusion of the NHL regular season. It says Coyote players and staff members will be invited to visit Salt Lake City after the season finale to check out the city and the facilities.
Ew. I don't know if I don't want to go check out Salt Lake City, but all right, that's. I don't know if it's still the same. I always heard that you go there and it's like going back 22 decades, but going back in time though. I don't know. It's unfortunate. Did Arizona? I don't know anything about. I know there's like Arizona Coyotes, but did the fans support the team at least? I don't know what.
Not to the extent where they are making a lot of money. Hockey, I remember when they first said they were going to go to Phoenix. I thought it was an odd choice because of the weather. It's always hot. It never snows. At least not in Arizona. In that part of it, they're in Phoenix.
Right.
Maybe when you go up a little bit north, you get some snow in like Flagstaff and stuff like that. But for the most part, you don't get any snow. So I think hockey was always the number 4 sport there. Maybe even number 5 when you count the Cactus League. Before the baseball season. So
okay.
If you want to know Rasheed Rice's bail, he was bailed for $40,000.
Wow.
Wow.
Causes a 5-car collision. One of the victims is going to be, injured for the rest of her life, and he gets off on $40,000 bail. Okay.
Of the 8 felonies he's facing, 6 are counts of collision involving bodily injuries, each of which carry a prison sentence of up to 5 years and fines of up to $5,000. A 6th charge of collision involving serious bodily injury is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. And the final charge, aggravated assault, punishable by 20 years and a fine of $10,000. So there you go, ladies and gents. That's what Mr. Rashid Rice is facing.
A lot of that's going to be pleaded out.
Oh, I was just gonna say that. How much do you want to bet he gets probation and community service and has
Oh,
to go
yeah.
to has to go to driving school or something?
I mean, he'll probably still have to pay a fine, a
Yeah.
lot, but you're right, big dog. And if he does do some time, it'll be like a month or so. I mean, but you're right. It's unfortunate that anyone else involved in that kind of crap would probably get what Anime Girl was talking about. But we'll see. I mean, Dallas is someplace you don't want to be screwing around in.
That
either.
is true also, yeah.
This is Texas. I mean, they might, be thinking, we don't care, we're going to punish this guy because they might want to make an example kind of out of him, maybe. I guess we'll see. But right now, I don't know right now, but they're going to be behind the scenes with the prosecutor and his attorney, and they're going to be hammering something out, and we'll find out. But I don't know. Any word? I mean, I haven't looked. I mean, I saw that he was charged with these 8 or 6 counts or whatever they were, and they seem pretty serious.
8 counts.
And a lot of them are probably going to be thrown out, or not pleaded out. But any word? I mean, I haven't seen. Does anyone know any word from if he's been? I mean, has Kansas City or the NFL done any kind of shenanigans? Done anything yet, or are they just waiting?
Their statement is they're waiting to find out exactly what's going to happen.
Okay.
So they're not going to make any moves until I guess the trial or whatever.
And that's surprising because usually once they get charged, the hammer comes down and, well, you're off the team, or the NFL's going to suspend you, because usually they don't screw around. They usually don't want to wait. So this is, I mean, I'm glad that they are for the first time not getting it, not jumping right in, but waiting, because usually, like I said, as soon as the charges drop, they just, okay, we're going to suspend you or whatever. But I'm glad that they're going to wait. But still, they better do something. No matter if he does get a slap on the wrist like Anime Girl or NorCal Girl were alluding to, I hope that the NFL becomes down on him a little bit harder, because this kind of behavior keeps going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I reckon the team should make an example.
I will be right back, guys.
Yeah. I think the team should make an example of him, because, he's employed by them. He's brought this bad reputation onto the team by doing this. They need to turn around and say, we're not going to sit for it. And they should make an example, as well as the NFL make an example of him. You agree?
Mm-hmm.
We'll wait and see, I think. I mean, it's no I don't care if they're waiting. I just want to make sure, we got to see what happens. But still, what are they waiting for? He's been charged, and we know that he's admitted that he's done it. I mean, are they going to wait? I mean, just because he might get a lesser sentence or a lesser thing from Dallas doesn't mean that they should do the same thing and follow suit. They should have their own. They should step in. And I mean, they'll probably suspend him for so many games, right? Without, but, and that might be the bigger punishment, losing those game checks.
Yeah, but I still reckon the team has to do something. The NFL has to do something. But as you say, they might be waiting until they see what the courts are going to do before they actually jump. I mean, they don't want to be accused of pronouncing him guilty before he's proved guilty.
That's never stopped them before. Come on.
Yeah, true, but you know what I mean.
Well, I mean, in a way, I didn't like that either, that they were, they would jump in without waiting for all the facts or waiting for everything to be settled out. But since he's already admitted that he was racing and caused all this mayhem. And maybe, I'm sure something will happen there, Anime Girl. We'll just, that'll be another show. We'll be talking about whether it was good enough or still too lenient because this is the second time in a year or two that a player has been involved in drag racing. And the last one involved death death of a coach and his dog. So that's, well, I don't know. This is getting, I don't know how stupid they've already seen this happen, and yet they went and repeated it. And, I know they say history repeats itself, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true enough. That is very true. I don't fully understand it myself.
And I like I said, I was surprised it was during the day. I thought it'd be something at night where there'd be less traffic, not during daytime where, so two fancy cars, racing down the road. But I still don't think how they would. I just don't know how the driver in the Corvette thought he was going to keep up with the Lamborghini. I just don't understand that. But
these
wishful thinking.
Yeah, so these petrol heads have high opinions of their little cars. Unfortunately, they think they're fantastic. You can do anything and go anywhere. Yeah. Not until they hit the shit that they suddenly realize that no, it can't. It kind of screws you up.
So, real quick, going back to the Coyotes going to Utah. I was thinking, wouldn't hockey be too violent for the Mormon state, for Salt Lake City? And
I thought my mind when he said it, actually, and I thought, well, maybe I'm missing something there. Perhaps the Mormons have decided to become slightly more confrontational, so they're bringing in a hockey team to learn. But I could be wrong.
Well, I guess. If they have the Jazz, why not move the team, to Utah where they're at? Bring the team to them where they're actually located. And it's interesting. I mean, I don't see them maybe changing their name this year. I don't think they'd have time to do a rebranding. I could be wrong about that. And maybe they might stay in the Coyotes. I don't know if there are Coyotes. I don't know anything about Utah except that there's a Salt Lake and there's Mormons and
there's Coyotes in Utah, but the difference is in Utah the Coyotes have 5 or 6 females with them.
Here we go.
To coincide with.
Here we go.
Okay, let's behave.
Here we go. I knew. This big dog started. I think, oh hell, here we go.
now, as far as the rebranding or the renaming, it might not because they didn't rename them when the Jazz moved over. Remember, the Jazz used to be in New Orleans. That's why it's called. Yeah. That's why they're called the Jazz. And Utah, when they moved to Utah permanently, they just kept the name. So I guess they could keep it. I'm trying to think what could they call them, and I'm thinking, are they going to Salt Lake City or are they picking a different? I mean, is there more than one big city other than Salt Lake?
But is there already an arena? I guess there's already an arena for them to play in then if they're starting next year. Some type of. I mean, I don't. Like I said, maybe I don't. I have not been to Salt Lake. I know where it's at. I guess they probably already have an arena in place if they're going to be able to start next year.
It would have to be with the Jazz, but I don't know if that's a good. Actually, that is a very good question because I don't know if the Jazz arena is equipped for hockey because, of course, you'd have to build the whole thing to be able to keep the ice and everything on there.
And the link,
and that's you can't just call up a plumber or something and say, hey, we need to install some ice making stuff.
Call Ice R Us.
Yeah, there you go.
But we'll see. I mean, it's unfortunate that we really don't follow hockey that much, but during this during this show.
Yes, yes, it is.
Except now that they were sold, or if there's I guess a scandal in that league too.
Or if the playoffs get really good,
The
which it
playoffs
should be
get really,
coming.
yeah. It just seems like when we do this show, we're like almost like TMZ, where we get down and dirty with all the bad news that's going on. But I mean, the movement is not bad news. But I'm just saying that's interesting. I guess next year or later on this, before the season starts, they'll make an announcement whether they're rebranding or they're going to stay with the Coyotes at least for this year, because usually it takes a while to rebrand, and and we'll see.
I wonder.
Right now, if Phoenix didn't treat them as a top tier sports team, I guess sayonara is in place.
Yeah, after like the first 2 years, the novelty wore off because they weren't a good team, and then, like I said, they're in Phoenix, and Phoenix is not a hockey town. So, and it's not like, I'm trying to figure out how to put it this. They just weren't a hockey town. I was, when I first heard that, Phoenix was given a franchise, I was like, Phoenix? I could think of 10 different places other than Phoenix. Off the bat, more Midwest town, more Midwest states,
Right.
But
I got you there. But maybe it was that time. I don't know when they moved there, but maybe since they had the Cardinals, they thought they could do hockey.
well, I mean, so now Utah has a basketball team, they have a hockey team, they have a baseball team. Oh no, I'm sorry, they don't have a baseball team. Sacramento has a baseball team. That's right. I forgot.
Please don't remind me.
So is Utah? I mean, well, I don't think. Oh, I keep thinking of Utah. Then I keep thinking of how Vegas is getting all these major sports teams too. But Utah and Vegas right there, butting up against each other. Oh, the states anyway. But it's interesting. Even though Vegas is getting the A's, it's not like they're getting a top tier Major League Baseball team. So.
No, but I think Las Vegas is getting the A's. That's going to be the first failure. They did great when they when they got the Aces. They did great when they got the Knights. Of course, the Raiders.
Well, the Knights
are maybe a 500 team always, but they sell out every single game. I mean, they're making money hand over fist with the Raiders. So every franchise that has moved to Vegas has made money. I don't know about the A's.
That's what we're talking NFL to the A's. I mean, the Raiders still have, even though the Raiders are struggling, they still have that prestige and that myth about them, how, winning is everything. I mean, or just win, right? I mean, Al Davis had all these sayings about his team and the Raiders, and they're still, I mean, it's NFL though, and usually a city will support an NFL team because that's where, that's
true.
That's where whatever. That's where the money is. That's popular. And Raiders, hopefully I mean, they built them a nice ass stadium, right? Big dog.
Oh, it's a gorgeous stadium.
So I mean, Vegas was all in on this. Hey, you want to come here? Look, we'll build you this multi-billion dollar, stadium. And so
Vegas does it right because they have the money. I mean, because it's Vegas. Like I said, look at the Aces, the women's basketball team. They won the last two championships. They sell out. They actually sell out their games, which is unheard of pretty much in women's basketball.
Right. It does struggle in other places.
It just seems Vegas has the right approach, and does seem to do their due diligence when bringing a franchise in or making a franchise,
Yeah.
rather than like
Yeah.
moving the Utah, the Coyotes, and the Coyotes are not a good team. They're a lower level tier team franchise.
Yeah, well,
So you're
those
bringing
Mormons might want to have that hockey team so they can kind of live through the violence. Get some of that aggression out that they have to repress for the last 100 years.
they're going to live vicariously through the hockey
Yeah,
players.
they are. They're going, oh yeah, this is awesome. When plus think about it, you got when the husbands are going to come and take their wives and their kids. I mean, it's not just going to be a husband and wife team. It's going to be, a lot, several wives coming with them. So that's a lot more ticket sales. So that's cool.
Talk about the family pack, huh?
Yeah, the family pack. Oh my gosh. Bring
Um,
bring two wives. The third one's free or half price. So here you go. We're probably gonna get a think on that one, but
it could be also the fact that the owners of the Jazz want to expand their fortune, because I mean, being an owner of a franchise, it's automatic money,
Boy,
so
we're talking hockey though. But I think
yeah,
we'll see.
but yeah.
If they can put a good product on the ice, maybe they'll show up. I mean, I know you're talking about the Knights, but they win.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not like a last place team in hockey. I mean, they came in with all cylinders going when they
No kidding. That first year they made it. They made it to the Stanley Cup, but didn't win. And then the second year they won.
Yeah, so right there, I mean, you've got a winning tradition already set in for this team. And I mean, we're still waiting. Well, unfortunately, Big Dog, you've been waiting for a while for the Raiders to win again.
I've been waiting since 1984. I make fun of the Cowboys, but the Cowboys won after we did, so I shouldn't talk. But
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, hopefully they can get the pieces in place there in Vegas, and who knows. But
the Raiders winning are about as common as complete and utter eclipses. Or so I've heard.
So you heard. So well, I mean, I don't know how it. I mean, they kept talking about where I live with the eclipse coming. So I did watch the eclipse. Did anyone else get a chance to see anything of the eclipse when it happened?
I didn't go outside because with us it was only going to be a partial. It was going to only be like a quarter eclipse. So I was like, eh.
Okay.
I was kind of in the wrong location, so I didn't see a damn thing.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know. I mean, I still had my glasses from that partial one we had in 17. So, I mean, I just pulled them out.
Okay.
I had several pairs and I still, but,
well,
I mean, I watched it. So
Liz was very protective for the eclipse. So when it was starting to happen, she ran out and she put all the glasses on the cows. So when they looked up into the sky, they wouldn't go by.
Actually, we didn't see too much of it here, but my nephew actually was in the path of totality, so he got to see it.
Yeah, but
that's cool.
So you had like up in Cleveland, you had you had the women's championship game that day, and so it was packed. There was all kinds of things going up in Cleveland besides the eclipse. So, but. I know that a lot of people came, but where I live, no. I mean, we didn't have anybody. I mean, it was like no one really cared about coming here, but but still watching the eclipse. And we had some people here and locally that has some, took some very awesome photos.
Oh, cool!
Eclipse. So
those are really cool when they do especially the video, this like the stop motion or where they do the condensing of it, where you see it slow.
Yeah.
Those come out really cool.
So it was, I mean, okay, it was cool. And so, it was, I mean, it was an event that, it doesn't happen very often, so, I mean, it was.
I think what was it? The last one they did was over here. They had Concorde follow the totalitarian.
Really?
Yeah, because Concorde was the only plane that could keep up with it, that could carry passengers.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
They used it a couple of times they could literally chase the totality part of the eclipse for a little while on Concorde.
Is the Concorde still in business?
No.
No.
They retired it, right?
It's been gone for a couple
a few decades, right?
Yeah.
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 It was after the crash in Paris. It just didn't survive.
That's right. That's right.
Which I always find a bit weird.
And they said,
yeah. I mean, to me, it was always weird. They always kept saying that Concorde was dangerous. And yet, if you look at Concorde and you compare it to, say, something like the 747 or the 737, Concorde was a damn sight safer than both of them put together.
Yeah.
Especially the fact that it was flying through the air, too. I mean, it wasn't like, it was crossing the ocean how many times, a day or whatever. So, yeah, you're probably right, Anime. You didn't really hear about many problems until that one time.
Yeah.
But
2 times. Concorde crashed twice.
No, did it? Well,
yep.
When it happened. But still, remember you'd watch movies and they go, yeah, we're flying across the ocean in the Concorde. I'll be there in 2 hours. It's like, okay. But
yeah, but I mean, that was the part of the kudos of the plane. You got onto the plane at London, and 3 hours later you stepped off New York. And there you were.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate, I guess, because the Concorde was, when someone said the Concorde, you thought about prestige because they could afford to fly on the damn thing in the first place. So
yeah, the only thing was that they're going to go supersonic over the ocean. They couldn't go supersonic over land.
Yeah,
too much possible damage.
Yeah. Plus, unlike I suppose military jets that do scoot over at supersonic, it's the sonic boom causes the damage, and then the wave coming behind, I suppose, also causes problems. Plus, if you look at Concorde, it was a little bit like looking at a B-52 taking off. It was, where's the plane? Follow the smoke trail. At the end of the smoke trail, there's the damn plane. I mean, these days that really is not the done thing. The last thing you need is to see smoke trails come out the back end of a plane. People get really upset.
People get so crazy
well, guys,
about that.
I'm gonna have to cut this short because I have some other things I need to take care of. But
no,
I will leave you to your fun.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad you got to join us for a little while there, Liz. Thanks for
you can milk the cows later.
Behave yourselves.
No.
Oh my gosh.
That's what's the fun in that.
The thing is, I got to get going and all because I got to go feed the cat. Because now Mum's in hospital, I've got to go feed the cat, and I normally feed the cat around 4 o'clock.
Okay.
I've got to let slip the dogs of war as well. So I must.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for joining us. I know it's stressful times right now, and we appreciate any time you give us.
Right.
And of course, always know that everyone here has you and your mom in our prayers.
I'm very grateful for that. I am very grateful. After I had the meeting yesterday with the doctors, a friend of mine pulled me to one side and said, look, this has been 2 weeks of happening now. You've got to start living your life again. So I thought, well, where's best to start? I know I can wind up big dog Liz. So
God.
I came on and I thought, I'll wind up the big dog. I can wind up Liz. Didn't do too good. And then suddenly I joined. And I thought, well, that's it. I'm not going to get anywhere now. So.
Well, you gotta we really appreciate it.
Cat on air so we can see the cat.
Unfortunately, I'm at home and the cat's still at Mum's place.
Oh, okay.
So I got to wander down to Mum's abode.
Well, drive safe, and Liz, also be safe.
Right.
Oh, I will.
And don't stand behind the cow. You get kicked. So.
Oh, if I
know,
stand
Yeah.
behind the car, I won't get kicked. I'll just get admissions.
And just remember, it's really hard to milk a bull. Okay.
I know the difference between a bull and a cow. Thank you.
I would hope so.
milk that bull. Urgh.
I'm not even going to go
Yeah.
there. Okay, guys. Adios.
All right.
See you all the
All
time.
right.
Bye.
You guys take
All right.
care.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have
Bye.
a safe week. Then there were two.
And there were two.
So,
So yes.
did you guys talk about OJ yet?
We can talk about OJ again. Yes, we did. We led off with Mr. Orthon.
No, I just
whatever.
wondered. I mean, it's nothing to talk about. He died. I mean, I don't know.
I said finally.
He said
know.
finally. Oh, come
I
on.
said finally the killer's gone.
Yeah.
Um, we talked about it a little bit, talking about that if he didn't do it himself, he knew who did. My personal opinion was that he did it, and because of Marsha Clark and the stupid thing with the glove, he got away with it.
Yeah, that glove thing was a little pokey. But the thing is, we can talk about that, but still, he had a pretty decent NFL career. You know.
Oh yeah. In fact, I had a buddy of mine that asked me. He said, he saw, do we say, rest in peace? I said, for the player, for OJ the player, yes, because that guy, was phenomenal at SC. He had a great NFL career with the Bills.
Yep.
But as a person, nah, hell no, burn in hell.
Yeah, later on. Well, until he allegedly did what he did, he was also having a good career after football.
Oh yeah, he had that acting career, those commercials for Hertz.
Yep.
So everything up until that point, up until the domestic violence stuff started, just before the murders happened.
Yeah. He was. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he had transitioned perfectly into the acting and sportscasting world. I mean, because he was also on, I think, NFL Monday Night Football, right?
For a while, yeah, he did commentary for Monday night. I don't know how long he lasted. And I also kept thinking, so he did, and so you got to remember, this man rushed for 2,000 yards during a 14-game season.
Yeah, that just didn't happen back then.
You didn't have the 16 or 17 games back then. This man did it in 14 weeks. So, and there was, so you gotta put some things in context. But as a player, and before that, like you were talking about, the announcing, the acting, the commercials, and back then, you gotta admit, back then it wasn't safe for a black man to run through an airport. So I mean, he took a chance doing that. So, and today it wouldn't be safe for anybody running through the airport. So
yeah, no kidding.
So
I mean, according to the report, all of his kids were there, and his grandkids were around him when he finally passed. So I don't know how true that is. I know he was estranged with one of the daughters. After the trial and stuff, and I think somewhat with the son, but I don't know if they made up. I mean,
that's what I thought too. But I mean, it's been enough years. Maybe they were.
Yeah, it's been decades. So,
but then again, he went to jail again. I mean, not again, but he went to jail for for actual charges.
Yeah, we talked about that. That was funny. The Nevada courthouses were like, no, you're not getting away this time.
Yeah,
you're going.
He went to jail, and that was really late in his life. I mean, for that. So
in fact, Liz was just saying he got paroled in 2017, so that wasn't that long ago.
No,
and then he went back to Florida. What I didn't know, that I read, was that he evidently tried to live in a couple of different countries after the trial was over, and those countries wouldn't take them.
Oh,
They refused entrance, and they said, nope, go back to America. We don't want you. So I
yeah.
was like, oh, well, okay.
Well, at least they were smart. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I thought you might have, but just in case, just
Yeah, we let off with him.
yeah. All right, that's
And of course, I don't know if you saw the meme I sent. I was being such an ass. So it was the meme of I forgot what, I think it was Paul Rudd as the actor, but it said Aaron Hernandez greeting O.J. Simpson in the morning.
yeah.
And I was just like, too soon?
Apparently not.
No. I did want to mention real quick, NCAA championships were Sunday and Monday.
Right.
So hats off to the NCAA Women's Championship. The South Carolina Gamecocks finished their season perfect. They were 38-0, and they beat the favored Iowa Hawkeyes, of course, Clayton Clark's team. They beat them 87-75. And they were both number one seeds. That was on the women's side, and then the following day on the men's championship, it was the number one Yukon Huskies who ended the season 37-3. They beat the number one Purdue Boilermakers, who were 34-5, 75-60. So hats off to these young men and women winning their championships and going on to bigger and better, hopefully, in the pros.
Yeah. So now,
did you? Let's see. Where am I? I was just one thing. Oh, I thought this was funny. Allen Iverson. I don't know if you saw this or not, but Allen Iverson got a statue for him playing with the Philadelphia 76ers all those years. I thought it was humorous, because I'm used to the Lakers statues, that are 16, 17 feet tall and the whole thing. Well, Iverson's was about 3 or 4 feet tall.
what?
Yeah, and evidently, because that's the size of their statues. But what I thought was, I don't know if it was a jab at Iverson or if this is what they do, but the statue is in front of the practice facility.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, if you remember that famous interview, it's just practice. It's just practice. So his statue is in front of the practice facility. So I don't know if that was a jab at him or what. But Iverson has a statue. It's his famous move where he's doing the crossover dribble. That's the statue.
If the Rocky statue was bigger than that, that's
the Rocky. It is.
And Rocky was an actor, so I don't. You wasn't an actual boxer, people, but yeah.
I just thought it was.
Yeah, that is kind of. I don't know. That sort of a statue is kind of. I don't know. That doesn't seem right. I mean, you can at least make it life size. I mean, it just seems like here's a bet. I mean, he's not a jockey. Horse jockey.
So I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it or not. So that's Iverson, and the statue.
Jeez.
That's a statue. There it is. The statue's right there, and there's Iverson standing right there.
He's probably going, what the hell?
Yeah, it's not even half the size of him.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Holy, that's too. I don't know what the heck's going on there, big dog. I mean, you think it'll be at least life size? I mean, that's horrible. I mean, congrats on the statue, but still, it's like we don't have enough funding. We have to downsize. We couldn't raise the money.
This is all we could afford, man. I'm sorry.
We We even tried GoFundMe and all that crap, and we still can't get enough money. We're going to have to, cut back on this. Wow.
That was just too funny.
Yeah.
So WrestleMania was this weekend. Did you happen to watch it?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I did. Well, I read. I actually kind of forgot about it because I was looking forward. Because I did have a question
sure.
about you about how some of these wrestlers were wrestling back to back Saturday and
Yes.
Sunday, and I kept thinking, is that right? I mean, I know it's wrestling, but still, they still get bumped up and beat up. I mean, they still have aches and pains afterwards, and going back to back days. Is that? I mean, did
That's
it work out? I mean, it just seemed like usually they don't do that.
okay. So what happened was, as you know, The Rock came back.
Yeah, I knew. That was one of the things
Okay.
I wanted to see The Rock.
So The Rock came back, and originally, because they've been talking about it. So originally, The Rock came back, and it was supposed to be The Rock versus Roman Reigns as the main event.
Right.
Now, the whole thing with Cody Rhodes is he won last year's Royal Rumble, which of course gave him the main event last year, and he got cheated, because Roman Reigns is the bad guy, and one of his nephews helped him out, so he was cheated out of his moment. Cody Rhodes' story, the whole thing, all this time has been finish the story, and what it goes all the way back to when Dusty Rhodes wrestled back in the 70s. They came into WWE and fought in Madison Square Garden, and he actually won the World Championship from I think it was Bruno Sammartino. And he actually there's a picture of him that Cody says he has in his house, and it's Dusty Rhodes holding up the championship. The thing is, they didn't give him the championship because it wasn't a sanctioned match. It was their way out. So for all these years, that's been like the only title Dusty never won was the WWE title. So when Cody came into WWE, when he came back after his AEW stuff, his whole thing was he wanted to win the championship that his father never did. So that's been the story. So he loses last year. He wins the Royal Rumble again this year. And as he's getting ready to choose, that's when the whole Vince McMahon, they brought The Rock in, all that mess happened. And they decided at that time that it should be The Rock versus Roman, and Cody's just left out in the cold. We'll do something else with him later. And so that was getting ready to be announced. And the fans actually made WWE change their minds. The fans actually were protesting enough that they were like, guys, we got to rethink this because the fans aren't going for Rock versus Roman. They want Cody versus Roman. So that's when The Rock decided. He said he called up Triple H and said, hey, you know what? The fans are going crazy. They don't want this. This is what they want. So how about if I turn heel? I'll turn into the bad guy once again, like I did years ago, and we'll do this. So night one was a tag team match. So it was Rock and Roman versus yeah. So and it was tough because The Rock hasn't actually wrestled in a ring for like 9 years.
I know it's been a long time. Why is he out there? I mean, what kind of?
He's in his 50s
too. It's not like, okay, I'm going to come out on a
exactly.
And wrestling the main people. I mean, it's not like he came out. I mean, this is, to me, The Rock. When I saw that, I thought The Rock was like some kind of distraction, an interruption of what should be what WrestleMania is. People fighting for the title, not.
Yeah.
Guess what? I haven't. And I mean, I mean, it seems like he still has the big body, you know.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean, like you said, he hasn't wrestled in 9 years, 7 or 9 years, and it's like, really, you're going to come out there and mess up things? I mean, plus you're doing right, you're doing the main people, and it's like, no, that's not what WrestleMania is. I mean, you come back and you do this on, you know, like a weekday show or something. You don't do this now. I mean,
or one of the other pay-per-views that's not as important.
yeah,
Yeah.
not
So,
so that's what got me is. Well, I'm just go ahead. I'm just running along because I just couldn't figure out why The Rock was there.
and that's what the fans were saying. They were like saying, "Oh, The Rock is using his power because he's on the board of directors of TKO, the people who now own WWE." And they're saying, "Oh, he's just abusing his power. He's being a diva, and he's inserting himself into WrestleMania." And that's kind of what everybody was thinking. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, why does he need to come back? We don't need him. So that's why they did the whole, okay, we got to do this, this, and this. And then the fact that Roman Reigns also, like last year, he only wrestled like 12 times all year, even though he's a champ. So, you know, he also is not, you know, in wrestling shape to wrestle 2 nights in a row. So,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, these people are going 2 nights in a row, and and plus you're thinking, well, Reigns would destroy The Rock because he's a big mother. I mean, geez, he'd go out there and go pound. That'd be a good match if they were both in shape, maybe. And it was 7 years ago.
So,
you know?
Actually, if you were to actually look at them side by side, The Rock was actually bigger than Roman Reigns. I mean, The Rock worked out. It turns out, it's come out since then, The Rock was having secret workouts at the training facility that he got a couple of tag team guys, since it was going to be a tag team match. He got some guys in. They brought a referee in, all under secrecy. No one knew about it, so they could go over the match exactly how it was supposed to be, so he could be in ring shape. Because that match actually went almost 45 minutes on night one. Yeah, wow. So these guys, even top shape, you know, you're tired at 45 minutes. No kidding. They did put on a good show. So The Rock and Roman win that one, and that the stipulations were, if Rock and Roman win, then the next night Cody versus Roman Reigns would be anything goes. And if it was Seth Rollins and Cody winning, then it's just a straight one-on-one, no interference, nobody's on the ring.
And that's the thing is, I wanted to watch because the tag team was awesome with Seth Rollins, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be crazy. I mean, geez, you got Seth Rollins in there.
Well, I mean, if you have Peacock, you can watch it. I mean, it's on replay, so.
Well, I know, but I know I can watch it because I have Peacock and I can watch it.
Yeah.
But still, I wanted to watch it live, you know. I mean, I might but I'm just thinking, Seth Rollins. I mean, oh my gosh, Seth's going. You know who that crazy man's going to do? I mean, geez.
And I believe he injured himself again? Even more. Oh, yeah, he was already scheduled. I mean, I already figured he was going to lose the title on Sunday because he had a scheduled. He scheduled time off after him and his wife Becky, because Becky Lynch is his wife in real life. And they scheduled to take off like the next 2 months. So I figured neither one of them were going to win the championship. So Seth lost it, and Becky didn't win her match. So I figured that was a given, but he still put on a hell of a match. So night 2 happens, and it's anything goes. So it's pretty much a one-on-one match, and then all the guys on Roman Reigns' side start interfering. And that's when all the guest stars start coming in. So first it's his brother. It's his brother comes in, Jimmy Uso, and then Jey Uso comes in. They take each other out. And then after that, then it's, who else came in after that? Oh, then Solo Sikoa came in, and he spikes Cody Rhodes. And before Roman can get ready to pin him, John Cena comes in for the save. So Cena comes out of nowhere. He takes Solo Sikoa out. And then Cena's standing there, and then The Rock's music hits. So then The Rock comes in, and takes out John Cena. And then Seth Rollins comes back out, but he's in his old Shield. Remember when he was with the Shield?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he comes out in his Shield gear, and he's about to attack The Rock, and Roman takes him out. So The Rock is still standing in the ring. He's getting ready to beat Cody Rhodes with the belt, and everybody in the world is expecting Stone Cold. So everybody's waiting for the glass to break, but instead we hear the bong, and the lights go out. The crowd's going nuts. The lights go back on, and Undertaker is in the ring.
You gotta be kidding me. The Undertaker?
And Undertaker's in the ring, and he's got this pissed off look. Rock's like he doesn't know what to do. He gets ready to punch him. Undertaker picks him up, choke slams him, and of course the Rock rolls out of the ring, and the lights go back out again. And when the lights go back on, Undertaker's gone. You know, his usual stuff. So then they wrestle a little more, and then Cody Rhodes wins. So Cody Rhodes wins the title, and that one I think was 35 or almost 40 minutes also.
Undertaker appearance, no matter how short. I mean, yeah.
We were, oh yeah, I actually was like, no way.
I mean, geez, that dude's, yeah, that's something else. And at least he took out The Rock. That was a good thing too. So that was.
I will give The Rock credit for working out beforehand, because you could tell in a couple of stuff in like the month before when he was coming out more regular,
Yeah.
and he was doing, beating people up, like coming from behind or sucker punching them. You could tell like within a minute or two he was already out of breath. So even though he looked like $1,000,000, he was not in wrestling shape.
Right, yeah. He was in movie shape, but not wrestling.
Exactly. So I'll give him his props that he went and personally trained, for that last month to get in shape for the ring. So I'll give him that one.
Well, he probably didn't want to embarrass himself either.
Yeah, yes. Yes, because that man is very vain.
Yeah.
What troubled me, and I mentioned this a couple of different times to the guys that I talked to. So WrestleMania night 1 was a little over 4 hours. Night 2 was about 3 hours and 40 minutes. So about 7 hours and 40 minutes was WrestleMania. So 7 hours and 40 minutes. Actual in-ring wrestling was 3 hours and 28 minutes.
That's a lot of wasted time.
Yeah, so there was more video, talking, in-ring promos, whatever you want to call it. There was more of that than there was actual wrestling.
That sucks. Well,
by almost an hour.
Since I missed it this time, which day was better, Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday was actually the better day this time.
Okay.
Finally.
Because
the past couple of years, it's been night 1.
There was always Saturday, and Sunday's like, this is supposed to be the big finale thing, and it's like sucks ass. But
yeah, no, this year I think they made sure.
Yeah,
because I think they realized that night 1 was still in the 2 nights the last couple of years, and they were like, no,
because
we're gonna make sure.
Because you're set as president, I can watch Saturday, but screw Sunday, it sucks. But yeah, I mean, it didn't really suck, but it wasn't as good as Saturday because that was, all the stuff with. So I'm glad to hear that Sunday actually paid off finally for this Wrestle two-day event. But I guess I couldn't see the. So did Cody Rhodes win his belt, or is he just still waiting in the wings?
No. Cody Rhodes won the match. And everybody went bonkers. Raw was crazy on Monday. So it looks like they're going to go with Cody for a while. It looks like it's funny because a lot of the bigwigs were like Triple H came out, and Nick Khan, who is the CEO of WWE, he was in the stands, and he hugged Cody Rhodes, and they spoke for a second, And I'm just thinking, of course, I'm just copulating, what he said. But I was thinking when they were hugging, he probably told him, "All right, we're going with you right now. Don't fuck it up."
Well, this Cody thing has been going on for how many years, though, trying to get him to this point, though, because we've talked about
Yes.
this in the past about they're trying to get, they're getting him ready. It's Cody's to lose, uh,
Yeah.
and plus Cody got hurt, but then when he came back, they were really pushing. You can tell that they were trying to get him, the blonde bomber, to do this,
Yeah.
and
Everybody was expecting him to win last year, and when he
yeah,
didn't, a lot of people were disappointed.
yeah, I mean, I was too. I thought, okay, this is his year. He's going to
Yeah,
win.
exactly.
He's
Yeah.
going to have the belt for a year or so, and then he's going to lose it again in WrestleMania this year. But he didn't get it. So finally, he's there, and they've been prepping him, like I said. And we've talked about this before, Big Dog.
Yeah.
They've been prepping him for a long time to take the, well, not the big kaput, but, to get the reins. But,
Um, and the thing was, is everybody was tired of Roman Reigns. The fact that, first of all, he barely defended the title, and my whole thing was, you know what? He negotiated that type of a contract with limited days. He only had to show up X amount of days to work, which is fine, great. I have no problem with that. But don't hold the title hostage.
exactly.
If you're only going to be here, 1 month out of an entire year, why have you as champ? Come in, yeah. You want to be a special attraction? Sure, come in as a special attraction. I don't care. But why hold the belt hostage?
Yeah, each time you should come in and defend that belt then.
Yeah, exactly. And he like I said, he only defended the title. He wrestled 12 times, but only defended the title 5 in an entire year.
Yeah, that's not right.
And he would show up to television like every 2.5 to 3 months. He'd come out on TV, so he wasn't even there. To at least say, "Oh, the champ is here," and he's talking trash or whatever. He wasn't even doing that.
Yeah.
So
is he trying to wane himself out of the wrestling, or is he just doing that because he can?
I think what it was the fact that he had been working his ass. I will give him that. Up until maybe about 2.5 years ago, he was working his ass off until he got the new contract. Plus, he of course has leukemia, so he's in remission, but he has to take those leukemia meds for the rest of his life. So I'm pretty sure that limits him. So that's probably why they negotiated that type of contract. But my whole thinking was, okay, Roman Reigns, the wrestler, if he's going to be champ, he's act like a champion. Joe Anoa'i, Anoa'i, whatever his Hawaiian name is, if you're recovering from leukemia, yes, you should stay healthy and stuff, but then you shouldn't have the belt. You can come in when you're ready, every month or two, have a big profile match, and then go away again and rest up. But don't take the title with you.
Yeah, that's
it's a weird situation, and I can't blame them, because if you're the guy and they're saying, hey, you used to working 300 days a year, and now they offer you a contract, or you negotiate a contract where you only have to work 100 days a year, and you're still getting paid the same amount of money as 300 days. Of course, you're going to take it.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them.
Yeah. Once again, you get what you can, and and that's if you're going to be able to work that kind of deal, you take it. I mean, come on, you're not going to be stupid. But no, I'm going to do a pay cut. No, if you're going to give me the same amount of money, I'll take it. But
and I think too, what the fans were mad about is for the last, because he hadn't won clean for almost 2.5 years. Every single match ended the same way with interference, one way or the other.
Yeah, that's not
So
right either. No.
so and everybody's, oh well, he's a heel. That's the way he's supposed to lose. You know, you're not supposed to win. I said, no, Ric Flair's a heel, and
Yeah.
the ultimate heel. Ric Flair's the ultimate bad guy. But even Ric Flair won clean 20-30% of the time. You know, he didn't always need help.
No, no.
You know, so and there and what people didn't have answers for is because they're the Intercontinental Champion Gunther um, had the title for almost 2 years, and almost like 90 to 95% of his matches, even though he's a bad guy, he won by himself. He won clean every single time.
Well, you did mention
So
Ric
people,
Flair, so I have to go woo. So, you know, yeah, you can't say Ric Flair without doing that. Yeah, I mean I think that's in the contract for everybody. So.
but so I think people also were just tired of Roman's. You know, the way the writers were writing it, I guess they got lazy, or they backed themselves into a corner, and it was like every match was it didn't matter who he wrestled, it always ended with someone interfering for him where he would get the win for the last 2.5 years.
Wow.
So
well, okay. That's what I mean, that's what I just didn't get the back-to-back days of all the people wrestling.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how can this must be hard on the wrestlers to go back, you know, back-to-back
yeah,
days
it doesn't happen very often. I don't think it's happened back to back like this. As far as like a pay-per-view, of course, you know, they do the house shows and stuff, but that's different.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But in the high profile like this, no. I mean, there's been a couple of times where they'll wrestle 2 times in one night, and usually the first one is kind of short, and then the second one's the long one.
Well, of course, yeah.
But,
you get that anticipation for the long one, yeah.
Yeah, and then of course you're resting in between. You know, because usually you're the first match, and then you're the last match. So
yeah,
in a pay-per-view, you have maybe 2 hours to rest or 3 hours to rest, depending on how long it
other
is.
People, you know, are jawing and wrestling. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
Exactly. Oh,
here's somebody. We don't know who it is yet.
Oh my God! It is. Oh,
what happened?
Where is he?
Oh,
at?
here I am. You did it too.
Go ahead. There he is.
The
man, the myth, the legend. It is the Philly special.
Let's go. How we doing?
How's it going, man?
It's going good. It's going good. Just I've been listening the whole program, so just been doing this and that, but I've been tuned in. I just don't know a whole lot about wrestling, but it was in Philly at least.
Actually, it was in Philly yesterday, I believe. SmackDown was in Philly, I believe,
SmackDown
yesterday.
was too? Okay, I knew WrestleMania was.
No. I take it back. Yesterday they were in Detroit.
They were?
Yes, SmackDown was in Detroit yesterday.
I didn't even hear from my house. I should have. Wow. That's crazy.
Because I know Raw Monday was in Philadelphia, and then I believe yesterday they were in Detroit.
That's crazy. They went right to both my cities. That's nuts.
I was thinking about you. I was like, is he there? Is he there?
Right. I had no idea. That's great. I knew about Philly. That's crazy. I did see you guys were talking about Undertaker and that was really cool. I seen the highlights.
Yeah, I wish I actually popped for that one. I was surprised.
Yeah, that was sweet.
I was waiting for Stone Cold. Everybody's waiting for Stone Cold.
Right.
So word is Stone Cold was the first choice, but they could not come to a money agreement.
Yeah.
So Stone Cold wanted about. I take it he wanted $1 million. I'm thinking.
And did you guys talked about Otani earlier?
Yes.
I seen that Otani made it right with that girl that caught his home run ball.
Yes, we talked about that the Dodgers made it right.
Did they really?
The Dodgers made it right. I think Otani
they've been tap dancing for a week and a half now.
Yeah, I guess he met with her yesterday, got a picture with her on her birthday at the game.
Yeah, it was her birthday. It was her. So I finally found out it was her husband. I couldn't remember. I didn't know if it was husband or boyfriend. So it was her husband that she was separated from. So it was her, the husband, and the family. Because I saw the pictures, and it was like maybe about another 4 people were there also. They took pictures with Otani. They were able to go out onto the. It was like the ultimate VIP experience. So they were able to go onto the field. The whole family got behind the plate field level tickets at the game. And then she met Otani after, took the pictures, and then she got another bat, another ball, and 2 more hats, all signed by Otani.
Yeah, that's cool.
And she said, she shook Otani's hand, so she was through the moon.
She looks
So
happy.
she's happy.
Pictures. Yeah, so yeah,
Yeah,
glad they made it right.
yeah, exactly. Your thoughts on OJ?
This is bad. I didn't even know he passed away.
Oh, okay.
No, today's my
You
first
didn't
day
hear about
out
it?
of the week.
Okay.
It's just work and sleep. So, yeah.
Well, he's sleeping. He's sleeping now.
He's sleeping now. I agree with your sentiments. Rest in peace to the player.
Yeah, exactly. The person, hell no.
No. Oh,
no, because you don't have an Instagram, or do you have an Instagram?
No.
Oh, okay, because I sent an Instagram picture out there, and it was Paul Rudd from some movie, but the meme on top, it says Aaron Hernandez to O.J. Simpson on the morning after, and it's Paul Rudd saying, "Who would have thought? Who would have thought?"
Oh my god!
And then I captioned it, "Too soon."
Oh, never too soon for that one. But how was WrestleMania as a whole in that? Was it good?
Yes, it was better than the last couple of years.
Okay,
because
good.
both nights were good. Night 2 was finally better than night 1.
As it should be. That's good.
Yeah, because the last couple of years, night 1 has been the better day.
Yeah.
The last 2 years. So I think they realized that and they stacked it the other way. So, but it was enjoyable. I don't know if you heard the way I was saying. In total, Saturday and Sunday was 7 hours and 40 minutes plus.
Only 3 hours of action.
Yeah, 3.5 hours. A little less than 3.5 hours of actual in-ring action.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of pathetic, but you know. But who am I? What'd you think about the Coyotes moving to Utah?
When you talked about it earlier, it's the first I've heard of it.
It came in late last night. It was
okay, then I don't feel bad. Okay.
It was about 10:30 last night, my time, Pacific time. That it was announced. It came over a ticker. I'm like, what the hell? Okay. So late? And
that's 1:30 over here. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I was shocked. Like we were all talking about, we don't know what kind of, hockey town Utah is, or we are assuming it's Salt Lake City they're going to.
It'd be interesting to see. I don't know how the Phoenix fans supported their team to see, like, throughout the league, their attendance numbers, where they rank.
Near the bottom. Near the bottom.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, but then the team wasn't that good either. So, and when they first announced the franchise going there, I was shocked that they announced Phoenix. That no way would I think Phoenix as a hockey team at all.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the heat.
Yeah.
Maybe if they would have moved it, like say if it was Flagstaff, which is north of Phoenix, where it snows a lot there.
Yeah.
Maybe I could see Flagstaff, but Flagstaff is of course a much smaller city.
It is. I don't know if we could support an NHL team.
Exactly. So
I mean, you have Flagstaff, and then there's nothing else around it. But I mean, yeah,
pretty much.
So, yeah, it's interesting. But with the way they can keep things indoors, and and I guess you could do it in Phoenix, but when you still have but still they're going to Utah. So we'll see how that works out. And
I wonder if they have, and they probably don't, but I wonder if they have a clause like in college when your coach leaves, you can transfer, you as a player can transfer out because you went there because of the coach. I wonder if your franchise moves to another state, you can say, I don't want to go over there.
No, I'm
Can
I'm
I
sorry,
become a free agent?
I'm sorry, big dog, you're stuck. I'm sorry. I don't care if they go to Siberia, you're fucking stuck, buddy. And no, I'm sorry.
They
But
probably wanted to keep
if
it
that were
close.
the case, a lot of players would have left when they probably went to Phoenix in the first place. So I mean, come on.
Probably the
Well, it's a
close.
new franchise, so.
It's a nice
Well-
thought. It's a nice
Well-
thought there, big dog.
What are you saying, Tony?
It's probably the closest major city that they could have moved to. Maybe that's why they did it. They tried to keep it close.
I guess.
What do you mean?
Well, I think what it was too is because the people that bought them are the owners of the Utah Jazz.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Well,
I'm figuring they just want to
consolidate.
expand their portfolio.
Yeah.
Because I mean, and like I was telling Almighty, you know, once you own a team, I mean, it's almost automatic money.
Yeah.
Whether your team
Yeah.
is successful or not.
Yep.
I mean, there's so much subsidiaries that come in, and
Yeah.
you know, you get money from the NHL, and you get money from the other teams, and
Yeah.
food, especially the food, you know, all that stuff. So
With what you said there, unless you're Art Modell. And then you don't make any money, even though you have an NFL franchise. But anyway,
I call
don't know.
bullshit on that one.
so I'm just, for some reason, he couldn't, I don't know. He was a bad businessman. But anyway,
Yeah, he was.
but still, but I can see that they have the Jazz. Well, they want to put another team right next, so they don't have to travel back and forth between Phoenix and Utah. They just have, you know, they can just go across the street. I don't know. Like you said, Big Dog, I don't know if they can play where the Jazz play, or if there's already some type of arena in place. I don't know anything about Salt Lake City and its sports stuff besides the Jazz, so I don't know.
Oh,
I just-
wait a minute.
I just think it's like
They had the Olympics there, the Winter Olympics there, not too long ago, maybe a decade or two ago. So that they probably or whatever it was, they probably have a hockey arena there.
Well,
They would have played hockey.
You never know, because sometimes they build this crap for the hockey team or the Olympics, and they let it fall apart afterwards. Because that was the case in Montreal. I mean, I see a documentary on how Montreal, they built all this crap, and now it's just laying there doing nothing. It's falling apart.
It's probably a church.
It doesn't seem that hard to transform a basketball arena to a hockey arena. I mean, I know the Sixers and Flyers share the same, arena.
Oh yeah, I'm same with the Lakers. But what I'm wondering though is, see, like with the Philadelphia and LA and a couple other probably arenas, is it already built that way though, or is he going to have to install that into the Utah Jazz arena? Because you have to have all the coils and transformers and all that other stuff to make the ice stay ice.
Yeah.
So I don't know if all that is already there.
Right.
We'll see.
Interesting.
It's not I don't expect them to be an NHL contender soon. I mean, they haven't been at all. So unless the new owners really revamp everything, probably gonna be a losing franchise for at least another 2-3 seasons.
They just got to find fans to go to the games. I don't know if Utah's going to be the place or not.
Well, according to what I just saw here, it says there's already an arena already exists downtown Salt Lake City.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And
Well, we were thinking that they'd make a ton of money on the family pack, because you have the husband, he brings his 4 wives with them and all their kids,
Yep. And it's like I said, you would have the special, bring your 3 wives. The fourth wife is half price. So
yeah, there you go.
You're
all
not right.
kinds of specials going
Bring
on.
bring 3 wives. Your 4th one is free.
Everything. You'll see. It'll work out.
Oh boy.
And it's like we were also talking about, that the Mormons would use the hockey team and all the violence to get all that pent up aggression they've had for 100 years. So, It's interesting. I mean, it's not just so. We'll see. And like and plus, I think I said I don't think they have time to rebrand the team in a year, so they'll probably still be the Coyotes at least next season.
And like I said, I mean, they didn't rename the Jazz. I mean, that was
that's
you know,
crazy. That's crazy.
And they might keep it the Coyotes. Who knows?
I mean, there might be Coyotes up in there, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I could think. Well, no, I was thinking like the Snow Leopards. That'd be cool. The Utah Snow Leopards.
Yeah. Well. Anyway, it'll be yeah.
The Utah Mormons.
I don't think they'd get away with that one.
Well, I said earlier that you could still call them the Utah Coyotes, but instead of having the lone coyote, you have the coyote, and then he's got like his pack is all the female coyotes around him.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get it the first time you said it. Now I do. That's funny.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I got a good friend from Utah, so that's why it really hits home with me. Yeah, he doesn't miss it. Too
Oh,
funny.
really?
Yeah, no. He grew up in a strict Mormon town. He said on a farm. So,
I had a friend. I had a friend that was a Mormon. Yeah, they were happy to get out of it.
Yeah, he's not like-minded, so yeah.
Yeah.
But
I asked him.
State.
They could also call themselves the Salt Lake City Polygamy. You know how do you pronounce that word? Where you have
Polygamous.
Yeah,
Salt Lake City polygamous.
Yes, polygamous. So yeah, that would be a good name for him. I'm sorry, I screwed up that pronunciation, but still, you know what I meant. But yeah, there you go. And then,
what do you think about Mizahara? It coming out that he sold over $16 million and not 4.5. The interpreter, Otani's interpreter.
Oh.
I don't know if you heard about that one.
I figured it's a lot more than that, than 4.5.
So it turns out that
about his $25,000 bond.
Oh yeah. So he's charged with bank fraud, wire fraud, this, that, stealing money, and he was released on an unsecured $25,000 bond.
Well, I'm sure you don't have any money now that they took it all, or that he lost it all. And it wasn't his money he lost. So he's probably broken.
I don't know if, like you said, you've been working like crazy, so I don't know how up to date you are on it. So it looks like what happened is when he was with the Angels, or when Otani was with the Angels, and they first started to open up the bank account for Otani to get paid. Of course, Mizahara was his interpreter. So with the financial advisors and the bankers, he was telling them what supposedly Otani was telling him. So he was telling the bankers, okay, we're going to open up this account. I'm going to be on the account also, since he doesn't speak English. I will be doing all. So I'm going to set up the passwords. And then he told the financial people, they're like, okay, so we need access to make sure, everything's going right. We're going to invest. We're going to do. No. Otani says no. He'll take care of it himself. And the whole while, Otani's just oblivious to all this because he doesn't speak any English whatsoever. And they have texts, and they also have recorded phone calls of Mizahara pretending to be Otani to have the bank do wire transfers. And I'm just like, wow, this guy.
Well, that's who Otani wanted as his right-hand man. That's what you get. I mean, it is what it is. Maybe, if you're going to make millions in a country, learn the language and the ways about the country so you could watch your own money.
Exactly.
So
it says here, get this. I don't know if you heard me. Did you hear me talk about it earlier? Or?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so you heard about the bets.
He was taking the money out, and he had the winnings going to his own account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, he got to pay. He he had a humongous pair on him to do all that.
Well, like you were, but Philly, see, he did learn the country's customs by taking money from and gambling it and keeping the proceeds for himself.
No, Tani needs.
No, we're talking about Otani learning
Ohtani.
We're talking about Otani learning the customs.
Right.
Well, now he has
the hard way. Yeah.
The hard way. But
so
I thought you were talking about anyway. Well, the interpreter has also learned the American customs, so he does know. But he got caught, so that's part of the American custom. But yeah, but you're like Otani does need to. So hopefully, this new interpreter, hopefully he has no access to any kind of funds except his paycheck.
Has Otani come out to say as far as if he wants charges to be pressed? I know they're carrying him out probably either way.
Yes. He once the federal government got done with their investigation, he, through his attorney, said they definitely want to press charges.
Okay.
So he's pressing the charges, and the attorney, like I had said earlier, the federal government, the attorney general, whoever was in the investigation, says that Otani is 100% the victim.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was wondering if he didn't want to press charges, I bet he would get a lot less, fine and time in prison. Yeah. But since he wants to carry it through, they're going to probably really throw the book at this guy.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
And the incredible part is with this new contract that he just signed, that $16 million, he's not even going to notice it was gone.
That's true.
With that $700 million.
But I wonder how does he try to recoup that money lost? Because you're not going to get it out of the guy that took it. Is there any kind of
it's probably going to take years, and he probably has to go to court and everything. But I probably would have to sue the bank, saying that they should have known that it wasn't him.
Because you can't get blood out of a turnip. So most people when they try to get restitution, okay, they get awarded the case in court, but then they never get their money. Now that it's this much money, I was just wondering, how does he go about? O.J.
Simpson.
Well, I think Otani wants him to do the act of Harikari, which is a form of ritual suicide that originated with the Japanese ancient samurai warrior class. So I think that's what he wants. I think he wants to go old school with that.
I'm pretty sure Mizuhara. I mean, if he's truly Japanese in the Japanese culture, it's more the fact that he's been caught than the fact that he did it. And that he's going to be shamed because there's no way he can go back home. Because the way they are over there, the culture is so strict and honor bound. That's not something you don't break that honor.
His bond, I'm sure, won't let him out of the country anyway, and he's going to probably a couple decades in prison here. So,
he does go back. They'll make him do that ritual for sure. Look, hand him a sword and say, "Here you go."
No, the ritual he'll learn here is not to drop the soap.
Oh yeah, he'll learn that ritual.
Oh
my!
Holy cow!
All right. Yeah. So it's interesting. So we were talking about hockey, right? So did you see did you hear the benches clear after the O's, McCann, and Cruz Adams got into a big old scuffle butt? Got into a scuffle?
Was that the one that they fought right when the puck dropped? Or was this a different fight?
This is baseball. So.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You said hockey.
He said hockey.
I said talking about hockey and violence. I mean, I guess about.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're talking about violence
with the fighting, but this baseball clearing bench.
No, I did not see that.
What major league teams?
It said it was Baltimore and Milwaukee.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was a crazy fight.
Yeah, did you see? Yeah. So it just said on a wet, windy Friday night in Camden Yards, things got heated between the Brewers and the Orioles during the 6th inning of the series opener between the two teams. An 11-1 Milwaukee win over Baltimore. As Milwaukee's Willie Adams stepped up for his 4th plate appearance of the game, he got into a disagreement with Baltimore's catcher James McCann. According to Adams, it was the result of a misunderstanding from earlier in the game, although nobody from either team divulged any additional details. Adams said McCain started the conversation as Adams approached the batter's box. And I responded, Adams said, that's how it goes. That's the game. Something happens and you just respond to it. I am going to keep it there without saying anything bad. Both teams' benches cleared, and pitchers poured out of the bullpen. Even the pitchers got involved. Wow. In left center field. So this thing was a big brouhaha. Home plate umpire. Oh, go ahead there.
No pun intended. For Brewers.
Yeah.
Brouhaha.
Brouhaha. That's right. A brouhaha. Home plate umpire Adam Hamari attempted to separate Adams and McCain before members of both teams arrived just to the right of home plate. Adams was seen making a hand gesture that indicated he didn't like what McCain had said. Oh, man. During the heated discussion, McCann pointed at Adams numerous times while the altercation dissipated between both teams. Brewers manager Pat Murphy and Orioles skipper Brandon Hyde had an animated talk with a pair of umpires standing between them, helping to prevent the situation from escalating. Nobody was injected.
What?
So, and then Adams then stepped into the box and hit an infield single off the 6th pitch. He saw from right-hander Jonathan Heasley. So, and I guess earlier Adams had slugged a 3-run homer that pushed Milwaukee's lead to 7-1. However, he later said the home run had nothing to do with ignited the fracas. Meanwhile, McCann said it wasn't between him and Adams, but rather something else was going on. Something happened on the field. We took care of it, McCann said. I guess they did. See, this is when baseball players were men, okay, and they would take care of it. And,
they didn't fight.
Huh?
It was just a bunch of.
Yeah, a bunch of. But still, they got into it. I mean, everybody got into this brouhaha, and it was awesome. And watching the footage, and so sometimes, like they say, sometimes things happen on the baseball field. So it's awesome.
Show them pictures of Nolan Ryan versus Robin Ventura. Now that was a fight.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, when fisticuffs were the
or the late 70s, early 80s fights. Those were fights.
Yeah. But I mean, we're talking about millennials and Gen Zs, so who knows?
Yeah, I know.
Anything, it could say anything, and some kind of fight would ignite. The baby, wah, wah, wah. So that's what happens.
If there's no ejections, it's not considered a fight.
That's true.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's crazy.
That's no fun to watch.
Yeah.
Right.
That means it wasn't that serious if nobody was ejected.
Right. That's crazy.
See, now I like the way hockey does it.
Me
the
too.
refs let them fight, and they're out there with their nope. They're going, okay, that's a 2 minute, that's a 1 minute, that's until they hit the ground. Once they hit the ground, then they're like, okay, we'll separate you.
Yep.
But when as long as they keep standing, they're like,
I love it. Yep.
And then of course you get the crazy ones who are hitting the guy in the helmet.
Yeah.
I'm like,
it's not helping your hand out, that's for sure.
Nope, they don't care.
Or when football players hit each other in a helmet.
Oh, that's yeah. What I don't know if you were on it, heard us or not, but we talked about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Yeah, him and his conspiracy theories. Yeah.
God, he's getting worse and worse.
Did you talk about him again today?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why the hell?
With the
every year we talk about this man in the off seasons more than we talk about anything else.
Yeah, because he gets stranger every year.
Yeah, but still, every year.
Well, this time it wasn't about football. Well, it never is about football.
Right.
This time he was this time he was talking about
no matter what it is, it's always something. Whether he's hiding in a cave or this, or the earth is flat and he's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it was the Robert Kennedy Jr. Conspiracy theory that he's in danger because he's a Kennedy, or I forgot what the hell. How he talked about, that JFK was murdered by the FBI and that Robert Kennedy was murdered by the FBI, and John F. Kennedy Jr. was murdered possibly by Hillary Clinton because he was going to run up against her as a senator, and that it was completely debunked.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
And she ran unopposed, you said earlier.
Yeah, she was running unopposed. He wasn't even thinking about it at that time.
Rogers was wrong. They weren't killed by the FBI. They were killed by the aliens because they knew that the Kennedys were going to get ready to attack them. I mean, geez, come on, let's get this story right. Holy crap! Come on. Everybody had a hand in killing the Kennedy. They all conspired together. CIA, FBI, the Russians, the mafia. They all got together in a big room with the cigar.
Don't forget the Cubans. Okay, you got to put Castro in there.
Castro was in there too. They were all in one big room, and they were all discussing how are we going to take care of this Kennedy problem that causes all kinds of trouble. Mama,
And Hitler was serving them coffee because that's where he was hiding out.
He was hiding. Yeah, they were in his secret bunker. So,
yeah, well, they all met in Argentina. That's where Hitler was supposed to be. So,
oh yeah, yep. Because they were afraid that Robert was going to find him and prosecute him. So they had to do something about that. But still,
I really used to like Rogers so much until 5 years ago when I started hearing about his off the field antics. And I was just like, oh, okay, he's a little out there, okay. And then it just kept escalating, getting worse.
It wouldn't stop.
And then the whole cave thing happened, and I'm just like, oh, okay, this.
He thought he was Daredevil for some reason, and went to he thought he was Matt Murdock, and I don't understand. But I mean, if that's what he wants to do, that's his. I guess it's okay. But added to the other crazy, you know what I mean? It's like an all one big. But I guess. The thing that I saw the headline where he thought his football career was over after when he injured his Achilles. I saw that.
This was the same podcast as what I'm talking about. He started with that, and I was like, oh, and everyone was like, oh, okay, he's going to talk football, and he talked about he thought his career was over, but now he's healthy. He's looking forward to the new season, and then he started with the whole Kennedy thing, and. From my understanding, the podcast was like 2 hours and 40 minutes long.
Oh, God. 2 hours of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So now we know what the Ice Princess listens to when she's making all her crafts. So that's a good.
Yeah, right.
But he talks about that stuff all the time. You think he's going to talk about football. Next thing you know, he's talking about, well, the Earth's flat, the aliens, they're here. And Kennedy's gonna. Well, he's a Kennedy, so he's always a target, right? I mean, you can't really, can't go. But you would have to be president first, and he's not going to be in any position where anybody want to kill him. So I mean, come on.
And the sad part is when he talks football, he's actually very intelligent. I mean, he knows what he's talking about when he talks football.
No kidding. Look at his career. I mean, he knows.
Well, but I mean, as far as as being able to express it, though. I mean, you know, Belichick's a genius, but mumble, 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 groan,
Well,
fumble.
I don't think
Mumble,
mumble,
you know.
mumble when they're talking X's and O's in the team meetings because they.
Yeah, but when you hear Aaron Rodgers actually speak about football and he gets into the analytics of it, and this is why they did that, and they swept left and they swept right, and you did this, you did that. He's you know, he's great at that.
Right.
But then he just, you know, he goes off on a tangent.
That's why he won't be a commentator, because during the game he's all of a sudden, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, and you can tell that the earth is flat because look how level that football field is. So you know that. I mean, look, it's proof right there. You know, plus, you know, and that line going around the earth, no, it doesn't go around. It has to go, you know, it's flat, and then it goes around the back and then comes back. But, you know, it's all flat. There's no round to it, you know. But he'll bring in that kind of commentary. But still,
I can't remember what.
I'm thinking Aaron probably would make a good commentator as long as he stayed away from the crazy.
I don't think they trust him. They don't think
they trust him.
You know, he's got you know 10 or 20,000 people that listen to him, maybe 100,000, but to put him on Monday Night Football where there's millions of people, no, I wouldn't trust him.
Well, he might be able to do a version of the Manning cast, you know, the crazy cast, and then you know he could do that. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, look, I'm interested to see how the Jets do this year, that they've had a year to actually do some more improvements for Aaron Rodgers and see if he stays healthy, even though they probably should have gotten rid of their coach. But we'll find out. It should be an interesting season, I think. You know, I'm interested to see for this season, you know, especially the moves that the Commanders made to see if those things are going to help them out or not. New coaching staff, new beginning, new ownership. We'll see. And we'll see. And it'd be interesting to see how the Eagles do this year, too, to see if they can actually wake up from last year's.
New coaching staff again. Yeah.
Yeah. But still, last year looked like they were in a daze some of the time. I mean, let's be honest. You know, I mean, we talked about it last year, too. I mean, we talked about this. But anyway, where were we? I got us all offset. Oh, well, Terrell Suggs was arrested since we talking about bad news. So, you know, Terrell Suggs was arrested. Did you see that, guys?
Oh, yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Because he was at a Starbucks drive-thru.
Oh, that's right.
I guess he was complaining about the high price of his drink. I'm not sure what's going on there. It says former Baltimore Ravens star Terrell Suggs was arrested Tuesday. Oh, he's in Arizona. So that makes okay. We're going back to Arizona, and the sheriff's office announced, and longtime NFL standout faces charges of assault and an offense against public order. Suggs, 41, made an initial court appearance early Wednesday over allegations of instigating a road rage incident in Scottsdale, according to 3TV. Arizona's family. I guess that's part of what STV, 3TV. The judge reportedly ordered a supervised release for Suggs. Court documents indicate the incident began at a Starbucks drive-thru on March 10th when Suggs allegedly reversed his vehicle and struck another car. As NBC Sports reported, a heated exchange followed, and Suggs allegedly showed a handgun. Oh,
damn!
Through his window while threatening to kill the man on the other end of the argument. Now, this is really escalated. Suggs has since downplayed the allegations in a statement to TMZ through spokesperson Denise White. Here's this quote here. I was in a quiet area of Scottsdale in the middle of the day in a Starbucks drive-thru near my home when an incident happened with a vehicle behind me, Suggs said. I was getting coffee. I was not looking for any trouble when the man in the other vehicle escalated the situation. I feared for my safety, not knowing not knowing what intentions were. What his attention what okay. Not knowing what his intentions were. Throughout the incident, I was the one who felt in danger, while fearing I would be followed home and for the safety of my family nearby at my residence. While Suggs is best known for his long run with the Ravens, he has strong ties to the Arizona area, starring for Hamilton High School in Chandler before attending Arizona State. He also had 1 year stint with the Arizona Cardinals in 2019, the two-time Super Bowl champion and seven-time Pro Bowler. Suggs is one of the most accomplished defensive players in NFL history, drafted 10th overall by Baltimore in 2003. He officially ranks 8th among all-time players in career sacks, 139, and had several different seasons with double-digit sacks. A former Defensive Player of the Year, who was also inducted into the Ravens Ring of Honor. He retired in 2020 following a brief stint with title-winning Kansas City Chiefs. So there you have it. I didn't know there was all kind of gunplay and all kinds of crap.
I call bullshit. Fear for his life. Yeah, right.
Fear for his life. Yeah, I'm a big defensive player, but yeah, I feared for my life.
He was mad because he didn't get caramel on his caramel macchiato, and he wanted to back it up.
Well, we don't know what the other guy did.
Why would he back up?
I'm not sure what's.
If you're getting your order, there's nobody in front of you.
So I'm assuming
I think that's the road wage part.
I'm assuming the guy behind him was honking his horn.
Yeah.
And he got pissed about it and was like, you know what, I'll show you, and put the one in reverse and it's backed into his car.
I don't know. We don't know that side of the story. We just know Suggs. We don't know what the other guy did. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure the video is going to come out soon because Starbucks has the cameras on their drive-through, so we'll see.
I didn't. I'm still trying to figure out why he thought he had to show his gun. That's what I mean. What the hell?
It's Arizona though, open carry.
Well, that's true. It's Arizona.
So
I don't know.
There's that. What I did want to mention, going back to WrestleMania, I don't know if you saw Philly, Lane Johnson and Jason Kelsey were in the ring under mask.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yes. That was great.
They have to strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, and I was kind of wondering who it would be, and I don't know why I didn't think Kelsey right off the bat. But when they jumped in there, I was like, "Oh, these guys are somebody. They're way too big."
Well, remember, I think you posted that, and I said that's Kelsey's future endeavor. He's going to join wrestle. Be a wrestler for WWE.
Actually, WWE has made an offer to him.
He'd be good on the mic.
Yeah, he'd be fun on the mic.
Yeah, but he'd also be, in the ring.
Yeah. What was funny, I don't know if you guys heard the commentary when he took his mask off. And they're like, "Oh, that's Jason Kelsey. That's Taylor Swift's brother-in-law."
What?
And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Are they letting the cat out of the bag a little bit too soon?
Yeah, probably 10 years too soon.
Oh wow!
But man, did you see a picture of him in the ring or?
Yeah.
So you saw how much he stood over Rey Mysterio?
Oh yeah, and Lane Johnson's even bigger. So yeah. Lane's a big boy.
Yeah,
they were both big boys. Oh man,
they all look very small compared to Kelsey. That was
Kelsey's what, 6'5"?
Yeah, 6'4"? So. He's up there. He's a big guy.
I know Lane's bigger.
And if I'm not mistaken, Ray is 5'6", maybe 5'7", maybe. Rey Mysterio might actually be 5'5". So
Kelsey's only 6'3".
Only.
Rey Mysterio, then he's got to be even shorter than that.
Well, he's like 5'5" or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're also in football.
Lane Johnson 6'6", 310.
Wow.
He's a
It
big
says Ray is 5'6".
Yeah.
So Lane Johnson was a whole foot taller than him.
Yeah.
And it showed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's like they better get that small guy out of there. He's gonna get hurt.
Well, what was even funnier, of course, is because he's part of the LWO. They had the female wrestler. Her name is Zelina Vega, and she's barely 5 feet tall. So when I saw her next to Kelsey, I thought that was even funnier because she's really tiny, and of course he's 5 feet tall and maybe 110 pounds, maybe.
That's funny.
So you kind of see her going like, "Oh boy."
Where's our other WWE analyst? Where's Speedy been?
He's been MIA for
weeks.
Geez, about a month and a half now.
Having birthdays and WrestleMania's gone by and still no Speedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought he stopped by for WrestleMania.
Right.
That's what I thought too. I thought he'd be here definitely last week. We could talk about that.
Well, thanks for the love, Tony. And Gig.
Yep, Gig was in the chat room earlier.
Yeah, I see that.
And I see
Roger. That's right.
What's that?
Do you guys remember last year when John Morant, when he punched out the kid when they were playing basketball? The kid was like 17 years old, and the kid was filing assault charges, and Jaw said he was just defending himself, kind of, sort of.
No, I don't.
Well, the judge ruled that because of the state they live in, or the state they were playing in, which is in Memphis.
That was in Tennessee.
Okay. Yeah.
So the judge ruled that John Morant can use self-defense as his lawsuit, that he was defending himself because the guy threw the ball at him and it hit John Morant in the face.
Yeah, it's an assault.
So when Jaw went, I guess, forward to him, I guess to confront him, I guess the guy took a step forward to Jaw, and that's when Morant slugged him.
The guy already assaulted him, so yeah.
I thought that would be a 10th then afterwards because he took a step toward him. Yeah.
Yeah, it says
that's interesting.
So here it goes. The altercation came about during a pickup basketball game. The kid's name is, it says Holloway. Last name is Holloway. It says Holloway, allegedly frustrated by losing several games, was accused of throwing a one-handed pass at Morant during a check ball situation. The ball hit Morant in the face, after which Morant said Holloway took a step towards him and that he stepped forward and punched Holloway. After the blow, Morant's friend, Devontae Pack, punched Holloway, an act for which Pack was later arrested for misdemeanor assault, and the charges were later dismissed. In the Monday filing at Shelby County Circuit Judge Carol Chumney ruled Morant enjoys a presumption of civil immunity under Tennessee's self-defense immunity statute, and that the burden of proof now shifts to Holloway and his legal team to prove that Morant didn't act in self-defense. Says the schedule is the trial was scheduled for later this month, but it's now expected with this new ruling to be moved to a later date.
Well, his friend sounds like he's the one at fault, if anything.
Yeah. Well, those charges were already dropped. Of course, he's going after Morant because of the money.
The money, yeah.
Yeah.
And the kid's his first defense was the fact that he was a minor because he was 17 at the time, and Morant's 23. So that was that. I remember that being one of the primary charges was that assault on a minor.
Must
and
be
then
Tennessee law. Michigan, you're an adult, 17.
Oh, really? Okay. Yep. California's 18, so maybe Tennessee's the same.
Yeah.
So Morant's he's I figured. I figured he'd get off one way or the other.
Yeah, if anything, Morant should be able to go after this guy for assaulting him with throwing the ball at his face.
Yeah. Sore loser. I mean, what do you expect? You're a kid, 17, and you're playing street ball, so that means you may or may not be that good, and you're playing against an NBA player.
Right.
What do you expect is going to happen?
And plus, there's street ball rules too, so that kind of stuff goes.
Yep.
I'd be like a 17-year-old going against Kelsey, lining up on the line. What do you think's going to happen?
Right.
You're going to get your ass bowled over.
Yep. Exactly.
Oh. Almighty, you weren't. I don't know if you were here. I don't think you were here last week. We had Philly come in last week. We tried to have him explain that rule to us.
I was there because I was befuddled too. And then he came in later and he said, "Yeah, fried my brain too." So I mean, I think we just let it go.
Yeah.
We'll wait until they can explain it maybe during the game if it comes up, because right now
I doubt it. They still can't explain what a catch is, and it's been like 7 years now.
That is true.
And of course, the stupid thing is that damn kickoff. I've watched so many videos of that XFL, the way they line up and they're practically kissing each other, and you can't run until the receiver catches the ball. I mean, you're just standing there staring at each other. I mean,
it's kind of like tagging up in baseball.
Yeah.
If you tag up, you got to wait for the ball to get caught, then you could run to the next base. Kind of like that.
Surprised they're not saying, okay, count to 5 Mississippis, then you can go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be better than just seeing every ball kick through the end zone. That drives me nuts.
Yeah, but like I said,
Devin Hester days and stuff.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Even though I didn't like the Bears, I loved watching him running back.
Yep.
Yeah, but that doesn't. But still, it probably takes some getting used to, because I just don't like the fact you have to tell everyone, "Hey, I'm going to do an onside kick now," and you got to be.
Oh yeah, that's stupid.
And it's got to be the fourth quarter. I don't like that at all. I don't like that part of it. But other than that,
I agree, because that's an element of surprise. I mean,
yeah. And plus, if you do it in the fourth quarter and you're behind, well, the other team's going to expect it anyway. You don't need to announce it. It's onside kick time. It's like, whereas if you do it earlier in the game to try to get the advantage, the press your advantage, that's different. But anyway, we'll see.
So next.
Go ahead.
So in following with that rule, so the next progression of this, of course, so the receiver doesn't get hit that hard, the quarterback is going to have to let the defense know where the ball's going, so that the receiver doesn't get hit hard, when they catch the ball.
Yeah. Well, we already know where it's going with Mahomes. It's going to Kelsey, so there's no use, But yeah. Well, and then again, the quarterback. How does the quarterback has to yell out in the backfield and when he's in the pocket, because sometimes he doesn't know where the ball's going to go until the play starts. But I see what you're saying, Big Dog. Yeah, or the running back has to say which hole he's going to, so they're prepared for him. So yeah.
Well, that depends on the girlfriend.
Oh. Wow.
You throw me the grapefruits, I gotta knock them out of the park.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Alley-oop, slam dunk.
Oh.
That was probably more of a Maddenism than anything. Pow! He picked the right hole. Pow! But anyway. Yeah, so we'll see. It's going to be interesting, and I'm interesting to see how soon the kickers can adjust to getting it in that sweet spot. Trying to get the ball to bounce into the end zone so it comes out to the 20. That's what I'm looking forward to. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see kickbacks. I mean, running backs instead of every play of the end. Like I was telling Big Dog, I don't know if you hear, like before with the kickoff, they gave you extra time to go to the bathroom and grab a snack because they're going to go to the end zone, come back out to the 35 and break for a commercial again. So you had that extra time.
Yeah.
So, Almighty, how you feeling about the second best team in baseball playing in Cleveland this year, the Guardians? 9-3 record, 7-3 their last 10 games.
Well, from what I understand, it's going to be the only time the Yankees come to stadium. But yeah, you're right. The Yankees being the second best team.
The Yankees are the best team. Cleveland's the second best.
No, you're confused. You gotta stop drinking. You gotta stop drinking in the morning, Philly.
I'm looking at the stats right now. Yankees have a 769 winning percentage, highest in baseball.
Yeah. Well,
Guardians are under them at 750.
Well, during the 69, someone has to be on the bottom,
and that'd be Cleveland.
As you meant. Oh fuck! This is what's going to happen here. You're going to lose your keg privileges in the morning. And
I don't got no dog in the fight. I'm just.
But then again,
records.
But maybe it's not that, because I know that marijuana is legal in Michigan, so maybe that's what you're doing some token before the show. Yeah, got me some good stuff. Got me some good shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go on the show and talk stupid. So I mean, yeah, I get it.
He goes in a dark cave with Aaron Rodgers, and they meditate.
You get some of that peyote. Yeah,
they use the peyote.
Peyote, and they tell you, yeah, hey, I think the world's flat. I do too.
I'll get scorekeeper out here to get my back on this.
Oh, it's way too early. It's way too early in the season for him. He will.
It should be a good.
I know.
Look, it's a weekend 2-day event, so we'll see what happens. Should be good. Should be some good action going on.
That'll be a great series. Yeah.
But so we'll see. It should be. Both teams need. I mean, now it's early, but
both teams are they're best two teams of baseball right now.
Yep. So we'll find out. It'll be. Too bad Bieber can't pitch this year during this series, but but other pitchers seem to be picking up the slack.
Well, they don't have Garrett Cole either, and I think Cleveland's got a better pitching staff than New York.
Well, we'll find out.
Don't forget about Milwaukee. Milwaukee has the same record as Cleveland.
Not the same winning percentage, though, do they?
Yeah, 750.
Let's see.
They're 9-3.
Oh yeah, so they're both tied for second. Yeah.
Well, that's Milwaukee, though.
Yeah, they'll get drunk real soon.
And they're 7-3 in their last 10, just like New York and Cleveland. That's crazy.
Yep. So I'm looking forward to it. I'll be, having my eyes glued to that game. It'll be the Yankee. Well, that's been a thing even forever. Yankees and Indians or whatever. Even though the Indians sucked ass, the Yankees always drew fans. You know that. So it'll be. But now, for the last couple decades, the games actually they actually get some competition out of the Indians playing the Yankees.
Absolutely.
Well, right now it's 0-0, bottom of the first, 1 out. It's a doubleheader, and this is a makeup game from yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, it rained all day here. Yes, it did rain all day. So
super windy. My God.
Yeah, that wind was going too, man. You rattling the windows and crap.
Yep.
And it wasn't very warm either.
No.
But today it's supposed to be 70s.
Ooh.
So we'll see.
Wow. This is breaking news.
Uh-oh.
As of 2 minutes ago, an hour and 2 minutes ago, 2 former Kentucky swimmers filed a lawsuit against the school, its athletic director and former swim coach, Lars Jorgensen on Friday, claiming the coach sexually assaulted them and that the university ignored warnings about his alleged inappropriate behavior towards women. The lawsuit states that Jorgensen forcibly raped former Kentucky swimmers Briggs Alexander, who was a graduate student at the time of the first alleged assault and later an assistant for the team. Another unnamed former swimmer claims Jorgensen groped, harassed, and attempted to have sex with her in 2022 while she was an assistant coach. The lawsuit also details an allegation made by a third unnamed woman who is not a plaintiff, who said Jorgensen forcibly raped her in 2013 during his first year as the team's head coach. Jorgensen did not respond to a phone call from ESPN. He told The Athletic, which first reported Friday's lawsuit, that none of the allegations against him were true. Jay Blayton, the university spokesman, said the school takes any allegation of misconduct very seriously but does not discuss specific personal issues. Jorgensen resigned as Kentucky head coach in June. The university did not provide any detail about why Jorgensen was leaving the swim team when they announced his registration. According to the lawsuit, multiple other coaches at Kentucky witnessed Jorgensen groping swimmers or his assistants during his decade with the program. On one occasion in 2015 or 2016, the suit says a coach reported his alleged behavior to the university's Title IX office. Mark Howard, who had coached with Jorgensen at the University of Toledo, told the plaintiff's attorneys that he emailed Kentucky athletic director Mitch Barnhart and the swim team's then head coach Gary Conley when Jorgensen was first hired as an associate head coach in 2012 to warn them about a previous alleged incident of sexual misconduct. According to the lawsuit, Howard wrote that a former Toledo swimmer made it known to me about a sexual relationship she had with Lars before she had graduated. This is no joke at all, and I cannot stomach the fact that he will be coaching women again. According to the lawsuit, Connolly, who was named as a defendant, thanked Howard for sharing the disturbing allegation, but did not follow up any further with Howard. Connolly told The Athletic that he can contact the former Toledo swimmer, who told him she began dating Jorgensen after her swimming career was over. He said, it bothered me a little bit, but that's not uncommon for coaches to have a relationship with one of their former swimmers. Says Bernhard did not respond to Howard's email in the lawsuit. Well. This was University of Kentucky.
Oh, Kentucky swim
Yes, sir.
coach?
Yep.
Yes.
Wow. So I don't get it when people, because you said that he was reported by other coaches that watched him grope women, right?
Yeah, they reported it to the athletic director, who did nothing about it.
So what the hell? I mean, so that's on the college too for not acting.
Yeah, and that's why they're named in the lawsuit also.
Well, I know, but this is another one of those. Is that? Yeah. I don't know. I just seen a picture of this guy. I don't know if one of them were having a consensual relationship with this guy. I don't see it. I don't know. I mean, I was going to ask you before when you said it happened in 12 and then recently, but you did name that there were incidents between this 10-year period of him groping and raping women. I guess there's alleged rape in there too, right, Big Dog?
Yes.
And
two of them are claiming rape, and the third one's claiming groping.
Okay, and this is another. What was it? Penn State when that Saturday game? And what was the coach there? Gosh,
Jerry Sandusky.
Yeah, and who was the main guy there?
Joe Paterno.
Yeah. Remember he was accused for not. He did report it, but they were saying he didn't do enough.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get rid of Saturday, but
he didn't really do anything.
Well, he reported it, but nothing came of it. So I bet they were saying he still didn't do enough. Didn't enforce. But And of course, it cost him his job and statue. But anyway, another one. It's just so it's sad that these things happen at any level, and it's also it's another one of those things where they want to keep it silent because they don't want the bad publicity, and hoping that
they don't want the bad publicity. They don't want to lose money from the boosters.
Right.
They don't want the program to go away. I mean,
exactly.
Unfortunately, it's all about money. It comes down to money. That's all they care about. And they, much as I hate to make the comparison, it's just like with WWE, when they had with the female wrestler when she went to Afghanistan, when they used to do the tribute with the troops. They actually used to fly over to Afghanistan or Saudi, wherever they were fighting at. And she was a wrestler. I think this was around 2012, 2013, maybe 2014. She said she was raped by one of the military people there, and that she reported it to WWE. And they said, well, they'll take care of it when they come back, blah, blah, blah. And they started talking to her, and they convinced her to keep her mouth shut because they said, quote, this was a quote, let's not make one bad incident. Don't ruin it for everyone. So they swept that one under the rug by her being raped, by a military person. They said, don't ruin the relationship with the military and WWE over one bad incident. And 5-7 years later, she committed suicide because of this. And I'm not saying this is what's going to happen with these unfortunate women, but it was the same thing. The military and WWE had that money contract, and they didn't want to have it known. Now with college, like I said, the same thing. They don't want to lose booster money. They don't want to get a black eye. Now it really calls into question why Jorgensen left.
Yeah. And what I'm reading here, this should have been stopped in 2013 when it was first reported. And here we are,
11 years later.
11 years later, and now it's coming to light. But people saw them and complaints were made in 2013, like you said, Big Dog, and here we are. And it should have been, well, shoulda, coulda, woulda, I guess, is what but it's unfortunate that 12 years later, and plus,
I don't know what goes through a person's mind you hear this. Who knows if there was even an investigation? And of course, it's the whole he said, she said thing. Because if he denies it, I don't know. It's a hard spot to be in, I guess. Philly, what's your take, Phil?
They had witness coaches watching him grope too. It wasn't like he said.
Yeah.
She said. There were witnesses, maybe not to the rape, but to the groping, and when they brought it up, it was ignored. It's just right there, and that's where it comes into what you said earlier about they don't want to lose boosters, they don't want to lose money. The complaint was made, and they said, "Okay, we'll take care of it." Never. And Philly, we've talked about this crap before, and it's always disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched a documentary about about the gymnast coach or doctor, and I think it was a hockey.
Oh yeah.
And he was molesting young girls, and and he was telling them, well, I'm doing this because it's medically thing, but he was filling them up and all kinds of shit, and he did this for a lot of years too. I don't know. I think it was on Netflix, I believe, but it was.
Yeah, that was here, right? I believe that was USC.
I think so. I believe so. And this guy did it for a long time, Big Dog.
He did it for over a decade, and a lot of the gymnasts that went on to the Olympics.
Yeah.
Simone Biles was one of them, and a few of the other girls that won the team gold in the previous Olympics. They were all there to testify.
Yep.
You know, that they had something done to them one way or the other.
And this guy was ballsy because he would do it while the parent was in the room. He just put his body in between and he'd be up. Well, never mind, I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. But, you know, he would do stuff, but his body would block the view. Or if he was doing something, well, I'm doing this because, you know, it's for her.
Yeah, I'm a doctor. It's for a medical exam.
I got to do an examination. And it's just that you put certain people in charge like that and they take advantage of it. And but this current thing though, I just don't get it. I mean, I do get it, but still, people see it, they report it, and it's ignored. You know, and what does that tell a person? Like, okay, I reported it, nothing's done. I'm just wasting my time.
Exactly.
And I don't know. I mean, well, Philly, what do you think? I mean, well, you think it's disgusting too, but this just seems to be something that pops up all the time.
So there's a lot of sick people out there. That's why.
Well, they get into and they know where to go. They get into the proper position to do this stuff too.
That's why victims don't want to come forward because they don't get much results, and it's hard to prove.
Yeah, exactly.
It helps that there's more than one victim in this case, so that helps.
Well, it's hard.
And that groping's been observed, so that helps build the case. But
but that was years ago too, and it was reported and nothing was happened. I mean,
well, and what I'm wondering,
talk about a conspiracy. Aaron Rodgers should talk about this because it's an actual conspiracy.
What? And I don't pretend to follow swimming at all,
right?
Unless it's the Olympics. But I'm wondering if this was a winning program, and if it's a winning program, you know how the way those athletic directors think is, we'll take care of it if it gets, if I hear more than one or blah blah blah. He's a winning coach, we're winning championships. That type of stupid mentality,
Right, and we don't know who went higher up than the athletic director too. How far this went before, you know what I mean?
From the athletic director, I guess he would go to chancellor. I guess.
Yeah,
I would assume he'd go to the chancellor next.
We don't know.
As far as the athletic program, the athletic director. The athletic director. That's as high as you go there. From there, then you go into, the college side of it.
Did it say? Did they just complain? I mean, I don't know did they say who they complained to? Because I don't know. It doesn't matter. They complained to someone, and then the buck stopped there, or it went higher, and they're still being ignored. And it's sad that, especially when there are witnesses watching this thing, because how ballsy is that if the coach is doing this in front of, doesn't care who's watching? He got so bold that he was doing this in front of people.
Yeah. So one of the ones that says that it was reported in 2015 or 16 that a coach reported the alleged behavior to the university's Title IX office, but it didn't go any further than that.
I see. Wow. I don't know. Anyway,
Oh, that's interesting.
What'd you find out, big dog?
One of the people that hold on, keep on talking to me. Let me read this real quick. Sorry. Two former swimmers. Okay, the former swimmer Briggs Alexander. Now that I scroll down a little bit further, says Alexander, who now identifies as a male, said he reported the details of Jorgensen's alleged assault to the university Title IX office in June of 2023. The woman who says she was assaulted in 2013 also shared details about her alleged rape to the Title IX office around the same time. The Title IX office was investigating a different complaint. Oh shit. A different complaint about Jorgensen's coaching tactics, according to the lawsuit. Alexander and the other women say the Title IX officer vigorously discouraged them from filing an official report of sexual assault. According to the lawsuit, their complaints to the Title IX office were unresolved because Jorgensen had left the university. In November, the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, which adjudicates complaints of sexual abuse and other misconduct for Olympic sports, issued a temporary measure against Jorgensen that included a ban on unsupervised coaching and a no-contact order following the allegations of misconduct, according to its website. So it sounds like it's the Title IX office that decided to do nothing about it.
Right. That's terrible. So after spending 3 hours on bad stuff,
We got even worse.
it got worse. Can anyone find us have a story which brings us out of this dark stages where we've talked about assaults and drunk driving and Starbucks incidents? Are they doing the playoffs now in the NBA? Big Dog.
The season is almost over. The season will be over Sunday. I believe tomorrow is the last game, the last day of the season.
Okay.
The playoffs start on Tuesday or Wednesday, the play-in. So as of today, as of right now, there's a slate of games today. Let's see, today? Oh, that's Sunday. Oh, there's no games today. So tomorrow is the last game of the season. And as of right now, the standings are in the Eastern Conference. It is the Boston Celtics at 63-18. They are actually the best record in the NBA at 63-18, followed by the Milwaukee Bucks, 49-32. The Knicks at 49-32. Your Cavaliers are 48-33. Those are your top four teams. The Orlando Magic are 46-35, and the Pacers are 46-35. The Sixers are 46-35, and the Miami Heat are 45-36. Then you have your play-in teams. As of right now, they are the Chicago Bulls at 39-42, and the Atlanta Hawks at 36-45. Brooklyn, Toronto, Charlotte, Washington, and Detroit are the rest of the teams. Of course, have been eliminated already, with Detroit being the worst team in basketball right now at 14 wins and 67 losses.
Yeah.
In the Western Conference, it is much tighter. As the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Denver Nuggets are all tied for first place at 56-25 with one game to go. The Clippers are in the number 4 spot at 51-30. The Dallas Mavericks are in the 5 spot at 51-31. The Pelicans are in the 6th spot at 49-32. Those are all locked in. The Pelicans may drop, but I doubt it. The 7th spot right now is the Phoenix Suns at 48-33. My Lakers are in the 8th spot at 46-35, but if they win tomorrow and Phoenix loses, then they move up to the 7th spot. The Kings are in the 9th spot at 45-36, and the Golden State Warriors are also at 45-36 in the number 10 spot. Houston, Utah, Memphis, San Antonio, and Portland rounded out, with Portland being the worst in the West at 21-60. So the way the play-in works is the number 17, the number 18 plays the number 17 at home. and the number 10 team plays the number 9 team at home. Those two winners play each other, and the person that wins that one gets the number 7 spot. The two losers then play each other, and the winner of the two losers get the number 8 spot. So technically, Phoenix right now, who is in the 7th spot, could lose both games and be completely out of the playoffs, even though technically they would have a better record than the number 10 team.
That's always a possibility. These are single elimination games, right? There's no
the play-ins, yes.
Yeah.
The only advantage is if you're in the 7 or 8 spot is that you have 2 chances to make the playoffs instead of just the one, like the number 9 or 10 team.
Okay. And what's your read on the Lakers of making it into the regular playoffs there, Big Dog? You like where they're at?
I don't like where they're at, but I like
you know what I mean.
I like their position right now. They got hot at the right time. So right now in the last 10 games they're 7-3. I think over the last 20 games they are something like 16-4 or 15-5. So they're coming together at the right time. So depending on where they fall in the seeding and who they play against, that's going to be the determining factor. So, like if they play Oklahoma City, I feel confident because we beat them 3 games out of 4. We play Minnesota, I still feel confident. I think we beat them 2 out of 3. If we play the Nuggets, we're in trouble. They smoked us again in the regular season. We can't stop Jokic. Jokic is unstoppable. The man's probably going to win MVP again. The Lakers have no answer for him. They did not pick up the center they needed. And Anthony Davis it's not that he doesn't like it. He hates playing center. He hates playing that 5 position. And Anthony Davis actually has O.J. Simpson estate. Oh shit! I'll have to read that in a minute. Anthony Davis has actually been having an excellent season. If I'm not mistaken, he's averaging something like 27 and 14. 27 points, 14 rebounds a game, 13 rebounds a game, right in there. And he's only missed about 6 games all season. So he showed up. He's having an excellent season. Like I said, though, it depends on who we're playing, but I think we can go pretty far. Of course, my dream scenario is we make it to the finals against the Celtics, and we smoke the F out of the Celtics.
Yeah. It sounds like you're smoking the same stuff as Philly.
I can dream, man. I cannot have the Celtics win an 18th title before us. Yeah, we're tied at 17 each.
Yeah,
we both have 17 titles.
I get that. And like the Cavaliers have fallen from 2 to 4 over the course of the season, and the Knicks slipped by us. So we'll see. Well, but, even though you never know. I mean, the Cavs are in the 4th spot, but that doesn't mean anything.
Well, see, right now, you guys are in the 4th spot, but you have 1 game left, and you're only a game behind New York and Milwaukee. So technically, if you win and they lose, it'll be a 3-way tie for 2nd place. So I don't know how you guys did again during the regular season against New York and Milwaukee.
Look at the head-to-head stuff, but
yeah. So I mean, you're still right there. I mean, you could jump all the way up to the 2 spot.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I think would be incredible. But
we are playing Charlotte tomorrow in our final game. And we got a like from Jay, who took time out from his grassy feet. So thank you.
From his OnlyFans foot fetish.
Yeah, his OnlyFans foot page there. So, but it's interesting. It's going to be playoff time in the NBA, so that's always exciting because then everything's on the line. And also, there are no breaks between the play-in games. You play, every day until something's settled.
Yeah. So I will tell you right now.
Well, I'm just saying, is there any kind of delay for an actual playoff start, giving teams an extra
Well, no, the playoffs will start probably next week. So
next week?
the top 6 teams will have almost a week off
Okay.
to prepare. So yeah, because you have to have the 2 play-in games on each side. So they'll probably play Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then everybody will have a couple of days off, and then the playoffs will start.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. But I just want to make sure that I have all my facts straight for once.
And after the season is over, I'm hoping I get my wish and LeBron goes away.
Well, you got to remember wherever his son ends up.
And I'm hoping the Lakers do not draft him. That is such a wasted pick.
Yeah. But do you think, do teams really think it's worth drafting his son just so they will have LeBron? I mean, that just.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Butts in the seats.
Yep.
So.
And the merchandise, the jersey sales.
All right. Yeah, I get it. So, Philly, are you a Pistons or a Sixer?
Sixers.
He's a Sixer.
So Philadelphia drafts his son.
Yep. And Philly's tied with the Magic, so they could jump Orlando and play Cleveland in the first round.
Ooh, that would be
4 versus 5. And if that happens, we should go to Cleveland to a game.
Yeah, that should be. That would be awesome,
right?
And then in the offseason, they're going to draft Bronny so they can get LeBron for a year.
Yeah.
Who? Sixers?
That would be like them to do that, though.
Yeah. I guess I see it, but it's, man, that is so odd to do that. Just to get LeBron. And how do you feel to be LeBron's son, knowing that you're just
bringing his dad along?
You're just bait.
Yep.
We don't have. We'll draft you, but have fun on the bench. Here comes your dad. So we'll see. And once LeBron retires, he's gone.
I think it was the funniest thing, in the earlier in the season or in the college season, LeBron was, just gushing over his son. Oh, he could play for an NBA team right now and make a difference and this and that and that and this. And then when the pre-draft came out and he wasn't even in the top 60, Bronny, of course, LeBron was like, leave him alone. He's just a kid. Let him be a kid. It's his choice. I'm like, you're the one that brought it up, idiot. You're the one that's pushing him onto us. Now that no one wants him, oh, he's a kid. Let him make his own choices. And for those who don't know out there that are listening to us, Bronny James, LeBron's son, entered the transfer portal because the coach from USC quit and took another job. So when that happens, a player can transfer out of that college to a different college. So Bronny, entered the portal for that and also declared for the NBA draft. As long as he doesn't sign with an agent, and of course, if he doesn't get drafted, he could then return to college with no repercussions. So
if he gets drafted, say 3rd, 4th round, can he decline that?
There's only 2. There's only 2 rounds.
There's only 2?
Only 2 rounds. They used to be 5 rounds. Yeah, there used to be 5.
Right.
Then no, they did away with that about maybe 20 years ago or so.
How long ago I followed that.
Yeah. So now there's only 2 rounds. So now it's only 60 players. That's it.
Okay. If he's drafted in the 2nd round, can he refuse and go back to college?
Yes, as long as he does not sign with an agent.
Okay.
Once he puts that
first round. So.
Yeah, once he puts once he puts that name on that contract, then he's considered a pro. Okay. And then that does it.
I'm thinking of the NFL draft coming here to Detroit in 2 weeks. I'm a little excited.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
You gonna try and go, or?
I'm off the first night. I got to work the next 2 nights, so
Ooh.
I'm gonna go to the first night. Go in my Eagle gear in enemy territory.
Gonna see if the Bears draft Caleb, huh?
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like 90% sure, but all the antics that he was pulling beforehand, the not doing the medical records, not throwing, at the combine because you've seen me throw. Look at videos.
Yeah.
The whole thing. His dad saying, whatever team that signs him, we want a percentage of the team.
Yeah.
Stupid crap like that. Not wanting to sign a rookie contract.
Yeah.
I mean,
so I just read that if the Bucks lose, Cavs win, the Cavs win the division. So,
okay. And
quick, since I didn't know, but that's the gist of it. So,
and Giannis is out. In fact, he's out. Well, I thought it was funny. 3 games left. And they're like, he's out for the season. He has a severe calf strain.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they don't know when he'll be back for the playoffs.
Couple weeks.
That's what I'm thinking. So they're gonna they've been having trouble.
Yeah.
I'll get your both thoughts on this, since Doc Rivers, as we all know, is the coach of the Milwaukee Bucks, and I believe his record is 15-17, maybe 16-16 since he took over.
It's a good thing they fired another coach that was doing way better.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Doc Rivers has been living off that 2008 championship all these years.
Yep.
Because he really has not done anything since then other than lose 3 different times when he's up 3-1.
Yep.
The only coach ever to do that on 3 different teams.
Yep. We wanted him out of Philly, that's for sure.
Yeah, they wanted him out of LA, and they wanted him out of wherever he was.
Seems like wherever he goes.
Yep.
But he keeps getting premier jobs though. I was surprised when they put him in with the Clippers. I mean, much as I hate the Clippers, they were an up and coming team, and to me, Doc Rivers is. I mean, he had the 1 championship, yes, but to me, he's that coach that'll get you to the line, but can't get you over the hump. He knows how to get you there, but that's it. I don't know if that's a fair assumption, but Almighty, what do you think? What do you think of Doc Rivers as a coach?
Well, the I don't know. I mean, how long can you live off of a championship that you won almost a decade ago? I guess a long time. You must have a good agent to get him hired. I don't know what he says in interviews. But the Bucks aren't doing that bad.
Well, like I said, 15-17 under him.
Well,
losing record.
Yeah.
Because they were up there with the Celtics.
Yeah.
As far as going for the best record, and then they just fell off the off the radar.
They were. I'm trying to. So why is he an interim coach? I mean, what's going on?
No, they hired him as coach. They hired him as head coach. They fired the coach, the previous coach, because they said the chemistry wasn't there, and
this seems recent.
Yeah, it was about 30 games ago, so probably at the beginning of the year, right around there.
But the Bucks were right there. I don't know what the hell. I don't get it.
The problem was really, and they won't talk about it, but I remember the coach had got into it with Giannis's brother, who was also on the team, and of course Giannis is the main guy. He's top 3. Yeah, he's Milwaukee, exactly. So you don't want to piss off the number one guy,
right?
Especially when it's his brother, who's an average player at best. And I guess he didn't like it, so they thought that it just wasn't working out.
Gee, because the Cavs were chasing the Bucks. I don't. Why didn't they bring up a coach that was already there? I don't. Oh, come on. I'm not complaining because he's going to suck. Well, then let him suck in the playoffs against the Cavs. That's awesome. But how did this guy? I didn't know this happened. So I'm just trying to figure my way through this. But the thinking process.
That's what a lot of the sports, the supposed sports professionals are asking is how Doc Rivers keeps getting these premier jobs.
Yeah.
When he seems to do well in the regular season, but once the playoffs happen, of course, we all know the history.
For him, the pressure's on tomorrow because, like I said, if they lose, the Cavs take the spot. So, and last 10 games are 3-7. So I guess that tells me all I need to know in crunch time. So
and Giannis has been out most of that time. He barely came back. I think just this last game. He had been out for about 10 games with that injury. Oh no, I take it back. No, it was Embiid that just came back. I'm sorry.
When you
Giannis has got hurt, so even with him there, they were playing bad.
Yeah, look, I mean, when you're in crunch time here, like you are here, and you hire a coach that hasn't really done much. So, you said 2008?
Yep, 16 years ago.
I don't know. He somehow talked his way into a job to coach a team that's a potential playing in the championship because they have a nice record going in there. You never know what's going to happen in the playoffs. And I guess you'd like it. I mean, I guess if Doc knocks off the Celtics, you don't care who, but you don't care anything about Doc then.
I will laugh.
Doc's the greatest coach ever. Oh yeah, Doc Rivers, he beat the Celtics. I'm gonna go out and get his jersey. But still, yeah, you will. But
no, I won't.
Yeah, you will. No, don't lie to me.
I am so. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I am so afraid. I have a buddy named Jason, not our Jason, a different Jason. I made a bet over a decade ago that he has not cashed in on me yet. And when I do, you guys are going to laugh your asses off. Because at the time, it was the Lakers versus OKC in the playoffs. The Thunder. He's a big Thunder fan. Of course, so he's loving this year. But at the time, we were on the downside. They were up and coming. And we bet. And I didn't feel confident. But I asked my daughter, my second youngest, and I said, "What do you think, Mija?" And she's like, "Oh, Lakers." Like, okay. So I took the Lakers. He took Oklahoma, and of course the Lakers lost in the playoffs to them. And the bet was, if I won, the Lakers won, he had to wear a Laker jersey in front of then Staples Center, in front of the Magic Johnson statue, with the jersey on. If I lost. If I lost, then I would. This is with the part, and I shouldn't have said no, but I did it anyways. I had confidence, but I got screwed. If I lost, I have to wear a Celtic jersey in front of the Kareem statue. Kareem is my favorite player, who I feel is the greatest of all time, over Jordan, over LeBron, over anybody. That's my guy.
Oh no.
And he's never cashed that one in. I told him I will pay my bet. When I lost, I was so distraught. But I said, I'm a man of my word. I will pay my bet. I might get a rash. I go, but the only thing I ask is I'll wear any jersey you want except McHale. I refuse to wear a McHale jersey. I don't care. I'll wear a Bird jersey. I'll even wear a Danny Ainge jersey. But I refuse to wear a McHale jersey because of that clothesline. in '84. That he admitted he did on purpose. He finally admitted that.
Yeah. We lost the. There, he's back.
He's back.
So, yeah. So McHale admitted that he did that clothesline in '84 on purpose. That he on purpose, he purposely wanted to take out Rambus. So I hated him even more. But I have yet to cash that in. Every year or so he'll remind me. He's like, I still haven't cashed in that bet. I go, I know.
Damn.
But when you do, I'm gonna hate it, but I'll do it.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. So if that what would be the jersey that you would hate to have to wear?
Dak Prescott.
So Dallas jersey, okay.
Yeah.
And for you, Almighty, what would be the jersey that you'd be like, ugh?
Well, there'd be two of them.
Okay.
Terry Bradshaw, John Elway.
Oh, okay. All right. The scrambler and the horse face. Okay.
That's right. That's right. I still think. Well, never mind. I mean, in a way, I could say John Elway, but in a way, the Browns just couldn't stop him. So I mean, it was Elway.
When he was at his height, no one could stop. I would be so frustrated when the Raiders would play him because they're chasing around the damn field, almost within the grass, and he throws that damn touchdown right as they're getting their hands on him. I mean, every single time.
Yeah, well, I mean, we always lost to him, mostly in the playoffs. I mean, we be trying to get to that Super Bowl back in the late '80s there, or late '80s, and we'd find a way to lose to that crazy man. So he was our Achilles heel. So Denver was anyway. So yeah. But but the one I would hate to wear would be Terry Bradshaw, because I remember those stupid plays, the flea flicker and all those stupid Super Bowls that they won, and him, I still blame him for the short seasons for Stallworth and then Swan, because he would overthrow all the time, so they had to go up and catch and get hit. So I mean,
Lynn Swan used to get,
he got pounded. I mean, that was every game. I mean, on YouTube, I was watching Houston and Pittsburgh playing back. I watch these old games to remind myself how football was used to be played, And you watch it and you go, wait, that's roughing the pass. Oh, never mind. That's not anymore. But you'd watch Bradshaw playing and he'd throw the ball, and every time, and then Swan had to go up and get it, and the Houston defender go, pow, just knock him on his ass. I mean, today it'd be a penalty, but back then, but the poor guy got nailed, man. But but that would be, but of the two, it'd be Terry Bradshaw, because I mean, I don't mind him as a commentator, but as a player back then, and I just don't.
The stuff, Ed Too Tall Jones and John Matuzak and Lyle Alzado, that stuff that those guys did to quarterbacks, if they did that now, they'd be handcuffed and taken to jail.
Especially Lyle Alzado. I mean, geez, that dude he did, that he would have just, because
best play ever, and it's bad on my part, but I don't care. So it was Matuzak on the left, Alzado on the right, and Howie Long was either in his first year or his second year, and he was coming up the middle, and it was a blitz, and Alzado, Matuzak, and Howie Long met the quarterback at the same time.
Yep.
That dude was out. They carted him out.
Yeah, it's like
God.
They all met him at the exact same time. Howie Long.
That happened a lot back then, because you were allowed to. You were in the huddle going, I'll meet you in the middle. And
those three monsters.
Yeah. Alzado, Matuzak on each side. They crunched him as pretty much Howie Long speared him.
Yeah.
He was just literally out with his hands out, He was knocked out. He was out.
And unfortunately, Alzado was one of the first poster people about the danger of steroids. I mean, he got cancer, and it's too bad. He was, I remember him being on Carson, I think, talking about that, so he was
I remember those last couple of years, he was just a shell of himself. He lost so much weight.
But you got to remember, this was in the 80s too when that happened, I think.
Oh, yeah.
80s. So, I mean, he was the first, like I said, and so, it's after 1. I don't care how far we go. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to call it.
Since this has been a dark program.
I got more dark news if you're a Braves fan.
Oh, shit. What happened now?
According to RotoWire, Spencer Strider underwent surgery to repair the UCL in his right elbow and will miss the rest of the season. An MRI revealed damage to Strider's UCL last week, forcing him to undergo an internal brace procedure that will keep him out for 12 to 14 months, though it was not a full Tommy John surgery.
Wow.
How can that not be a full Tommy John surgery? Holy moly.
Right.
It sounded
That's
like
a big loss for them.
Okay.
What I was going to say is we should end this program on a joke since
there we go.
This was mostly the.
Okay. Well, I got one more dark thing before we go, Joe. In fact, I got a good joke.
Oh,
wow.
This just came in about 10 minutes ago. The executor of O.J. Simpson's estate says he will work to prevent a payout of $33.5 million, $33.5 million judgment awarded by California's civil jury nearly 3 decades ago in the wrongful death lawsuit of the families of Simpson's ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and friend Ronald Goldman. Simpson's will was filed Friday in Clark County Court in Nevada, naming his longtime lawyer Malcolm Levegren as executor. The document shows Simpson's property was placed into a trust that was created this year. Levegren told the Las Vegas Review-Journal that the entirety of Simpson's estate has not been tallied. Under Nevada law, the estate must go through the courts if the assets exceed $20,000. Of course, Simpson died on Wednesday, blah, 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 blah. It says Laverne was represented by Simpson since 2009. Said he specifically didn't want the Goldman family seeing any money from Simpson's estate. He said, quote, "My hope is that the Goldmans get zero, nothing, especially them specifically. And I will do everything in my capacity as executor or personal representative to try and ensure that they get nothing." End quote.
Well, that's why he moved to Florida too, wasn't it? To make sure that his assets couldn't be attached to pay either one of those, either one. And so even after death, he wants to hold.
He's still screwing the Goldmans and.
Yep. Even after death. Yep. Nope. I wonder how long he got to hold things up since they're gonna go after his estate no matter what again. Or I don't know what they'll do. I'm just weird. But I don't know. I don't know how much it's worth. I can't see. I mean, how did the dude make a living? I mean, geez, I don't know.
Well, he had his pension and probably whatever he had left of his, like his trophies and awards and all that kind of stuff. He would sell, at auctions, and whatever house he was living in, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff.
I don't know. I guess it all come out in the wash, I guess. But
I'm wondering if them filing in Nevada had anything to do with that, though. Rather than filing in California or Florida, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out as time goes on. I mean, but to be that adamant about it, I mean,
that guy's really adamant about it.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't like he didn't say anything. No way, no, that's a big zero. If he gets a payout, I'm coming back, and So he was very adamant about it.
All right, let's see. Billy, do you have a joke?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, Almighty. You do yours and I'll end with mine.
Okay, this is pretty lame, but we'll get to it anyway. Why don't scientists trust atoms?
I don't know why.
Because they make up everything.
That's a good dad joke.
Yeah.
That's a good dad joke.
And it's pretty clean for me too. So
yeah, very.
Hey.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
So Jesus, Moses, and an old man go golfing. Moses is up first. He tees off, and the ball is heading towards the water hazard. Moses lifts up his club, and the water parts, and the ball bounces through and lands on the green. Jesus is up next. He hits the ball, and it's heading right for the water also. Jesus closes his eyes and prays. The ball bounces across the water and lands 2 feet from the hole. Now the old man is next. He smashes the ball, and it's heading straight for the water also. Just as it's about to go into the water, a fish jumps out of the water, swallows the ball, just as an eagle swoops down and grabs the fish and flies away. As the eagle passes over the green, a bolt of lightning strikes the eagle, making him drop the fish. When the fish hits the green, the ball pops out of the fish's mouth and rolls into the hole, making it a hole-in-one. Jesus looks to Moses and says, I really think I'm leaving Dad home next time.
I like that.
And one other thing before we go, Big Dog.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow on my review show, I'm doing Spider-Man, the movie. The first one.
Which one?
Tobey Maguire, the first one.
Oh, okay. The
And
first Spider-Man. Okay.
there's a reason for that, too, because every Monday at a Cinemark, you'll be able to watch a different Spider-Man movie.
Oh, cool.
So that's why I'm doing it, because I read that and I thought, well, cool. I mean, so, plus it's Monday, it's tax day. If you're relieved with your taxes, you go watch Spider-Man. What better way to get over tax season than watch Spider-Man? So, I mean, 6 o'clock, and if you want, I'll send you a link if you can join that.
Okay.
That'd be cool, because I know that's why I'm telling you, it's Spider-Man, and it's probably one of the few where I don't really have to take any notes, because I've seen it so many times that I could just, it's one of those films.
Also, yes, I guess this past weekend or past week, it was CinemaCon, which I didn't know was a thing. And I guess Marvel was there, or Disney was there. Marvel did, whichever.
Same
and
thing.
they gave an extended trailer of the Wolverine Deadpool movie. Of course, okay. Deadpool 3. And evidently everyone there was blown away by it. It was also rated R,
cool.
Which everybody loved. And that they showed both of them, especially Hugh Jackman, in his Wolverine costume. And everybody's loving it. Nothing but good things about it.
Yellow and blue one?
Yep.
Oh, my God. That would make you cream your jeans.
With the mask.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So I am really, really excited to see that one. And they said this one is funny as hell. And Ryan Reynolds, of course, is Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah. That dude. I mean, that dude. That dude. All he has to do is talk, and you're in. No matter, even those commercials, you're like, it's Ryan Reynolds. Ho 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 ho! You're in because of how he talks. But everybody, I know everybody. I mean, so it sounds like Marvel. I mean, not Marvel, but Disney didn't screw this up. So that
exactly. They gave him free reign, and it looks like gave him the budget to go with it. And as they said before, Hugh Jackman has said the only reason why he came back, because he was retired as Wolverine,
right.
He was not coming back. Yeah. And he had mentioned one time, just in passing, that the only way he's coming back is if he were to be in there with Ryan Reynolds. So I guess Ryan Reynolds started working on the script with, whoever he worked on it with, and then presented it, and Jackman was wholeheartedly like, yep, okay,
Awesome.
let's do it.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Because I've seen his workout, and to get shredded the way he does, he hates it. Hugh Jackman says he hates when he had to do the Wolverine movies.
yeah.
Because he said it's such a strict diet and he can't do anything. So hats off to him. And of course, we all know Henry Cavill now is the new James Bond.
That was but I mean, that was there were so many rumors about that part.
That's like 10 years too late. They should have been doing him about 10 years ago.
Well, yeah.
Daniel Craig was a decent James Bond, but Cavill has the look. He has the build. He has, the whole thing. It just screams
I read
Bond.
that he tried out for this 20 years ago too and didn't.
Yes, he did.
That's when Craig Daniels started
his
run, and so it may. I still think that. I mean, yeah, the years have passed, but I still think he'll be able to pull this off.
Oh yeah. He's still young enough and he looks good enough. I always thought like Pierce Bronson, he got screwed over. ABC screwed him so bad on that one. You know, the fact that he was doing his Remington Steel and they offered him the part of Bond, and Remington still said, or ABC said, no, we need you for the show. And then once they signed the new Bond, like 4 episodes later, they're like, oh, we're canceling your show.
Yeah.
They screwed him big time. I mean, he did become Bond, but it was 15 years later, and he was already an older guy. So
yeah, and the thing was, you always knew that he was the Bond. I mean, he would be a great Bond because he had like you said, he had the look and the build, right? I mean, yeah, and that's just the way. But that was ABC, and then of course you have the Bond franchise that run that. Sometimes I've heard it could be difficult, or dicks too when it comes to that. But it's weird, like all the rumors we heard leading up to Cavill, we thought it was going to be somebody completely different. I mean, it was weird, but they were talking. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because it was Idris Elba, I know was talked about for a while.
What they meant. I mean, where did all of a sudden Cavill comes out of left field? Like, wait a minute, what happened?
Well, they decided that he was too old, Idris Elba.
Yeah. Because I mean,
now the other rumor about Cavill, and I'll get both of your guys is I don't know how Tony is about the Marvel movies or any of that kind of stuff, but I'll still get his I can't tell. Is he frozen?
No, see who the hell Henry Cavill even is, but I see he played
what?
Superman.
What?
Yeah, he was Superman.
Yeah, I like Man of Steel, and I like and I'm one of the few that probably like Batman versus Superman. So
if I look frozen, I'm looking to see who Jesus is.
I didn't. Other than those, I haven't seen him in any other movies.
So,
he also played in the Netflix series Witcher.
Oh yeah, but the rumor is in the Wolverine Deadpool movie that Henry Cavill plays Wolverine in an alternate reality.
Oh, really?
And they're kind of testing the waters as to how the fans react to it, and if they react to it well enough, they're saying when they reboot the X-Men that Cavill might be the next Wolverine.
But he's okay. Never mind.
No, go ahead. I think he's too tall. I mean, Wolverine is supposed to be this short little,
Yeah, that's what I was hoping they would go more.
He's too good. He's too good looking.
True.
For the type of character, I could maybe see him as Cyclops, maybe.
Yeah, that could up there in age too, where where we're. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but Cavill is. I mean, I guess they're trying to go get that Hugh Jackman effect with Cavill. Then I just don't. But you're right. Wolverine is not a tall person. He's a short person, and more like have Danny DeVito play him. But But I'm sure. But you're right. I mean, if you.
Oh, well, I thought he was old. I thought he was older. He's not that old.
Who, Cavell?
No.
Yeah, he's 40.
Oh yeah, he could do it for a year, for 10 years, and
yeah.
So
okay,
he can do it for but you're right. But I just
I don't see him as Wolverine.
No,
he's like you need that's not scrawny, but the guy that looks like he likes to fight. Like Hugh Jackman.
Yeah. But are we getting too much Cavell then? With The Witcher, and then James Bond, and then maybe for me, I can't get too much Cavell. I like him as an actor.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's done his Superman. He's done his Superman because DC fired him. So
yeah, he almost had that one, and then the director said, "No."
I think they screwed that one up big time because they fired Cavill, they fired Gal Gadot, so she's no longer Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
I liked Affleck. I liked Ben Affleck as Batman. I thought he played a great older Batman, and they fired him too.
If they would do Batman movies based on an older Batman, where he's more vicious because he's getting fed up with all the crime and he's a grumpy old man, and even do Batman Returns with him. That would be awesome too. If they did a Batman Returns movie or double bill, that would be the icing on the cake. And you're right. I know. And plus, the thing is, they don't do these things where they don't realize they can do Scott Patterson as the glittery Batman, younger Batman, and then go ahead and do Ben Affleck as an older Batman, and just have the movies alternate every year.
Yeah,
because Batman always makes money. So
yeah. And firing Gal Gadot, I think, is a huge mistake.
Yeah, it was. I don't know what the reasoning behind that was.
I was against her at first because I didn't think she was. Of course, I was basing, off of Linda Carter.
Who doesn't?
But I didn't think Gal Gadot was busty enough.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And the comics. In the comics, she's also very voluptuous.
Yes, it does, and we don't care.
But she pulled it off. She was the perfect. She was the perfect Wonder Woman.
She was. Yeah, she was.
And
was there a reason behind that big dog, or they just didn't put her out of the blue like with Cavell?
Snyder. What is it? Snyder and
Gunn.
The guy who did Buffy.
Oh, him! I thought he was done because of his little sexual page.
No, they moved him to DC. It's him and Snyder now.
Wheaton or Wetton?
Yeah.
Or have you pronounced his name?
Yeah. So they decided they just wanted to clean the slate. So they're starting with all new actors all over again.
Except with Ezra with playing Flash.
He's done. He's done.
Was he done too? I thought he was locked in for number 2.
No, they're not taking any chances with him.
That's true. Well, then they should bring back the actor that played in the TV series.
Oh, yeah, Grant Gustin? Yeah.
They should bring him back.
They should have put him in the first place.
Yeah, that's what they should have done in the first place. But
he's revamping.
They had a great staple, and they fucked it. They screwed it up.
He's redoing the entire universe. In fact, they got rid of Jason Momoa also. He's out as Aquaman.
Wow.
Yeah, they got rid of that. He's like, we're wiping the slate clean. I'm like, why? This is why you guys don't know how to make a DC cinematic movies. That's why Marvel beats you guys left and right every single time.
Yeah, they reboot more than Marvel, and Marvel didn't really reboot. They just kept the same people going. Now they're the same people.
Now they're reboot stage. But
because they finished their 5 phases or whatever. They didn't do much. There was no turnover during the whole decade that they were going through this. And there is still. Now Tony Stark, Downey Jr. is still saying he would play Iron Man again. When there was years ago, he said he wasn't going to come back. But sometimes years has a way of changing your mind.
Well, there's well, yeah, because with the Avengers movies, he made like $100 million because he had percentages off the back end.
That's true. He did
on top of his salary.
Yeah, he did.
But I remember reading middle of last year that they signed Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Hemsworth, not Hemsworth, Captain America,
Chris Evans.
Chris Evans. Yes, they signed them both to a contract.
Oh, did
they? For a movie. So everybody's talking about, some sort of Iron Man, Captain America return, and supposedly it's supposed to be like to pass the torch to the next person officially. But that's supposed to be under wraps. So who knows when we're getting that?
Under wraps. Shh. But yet we're talking about it. But usually when you die, you pass the torch. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, but remember, with the Thanos and the Time Stone, they could easily go back, like the way they did with Gamora. That's she was dead. They brought her back. True. Technically, they could do that with Black Widow, so she could come back. I would love, of course.
Then they can also get rid of Holland. Go back to the other Spider-Man instead of this Holland dude. So
he's done a decent job. He's done a pretty good job.
He does, but I think he yaks too much. And I mean,
all I want, just give me one Spider-Man movie, just one. They've done 9. Give me one that has the proper Mary Jane. Just one.
Just one, yeah.
Just one.
And also
Mary Jane is in the comics. She is the easiest way to explain it is she's a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. Yeah. That's the way she's supposed to look.
Yep. And like I'll bring up.
Picture Kate Upton, but with red hair.
Yep.
And that would be Mary Jane.
Yep. And
just give me that,
And like, and plus, like in the Maguire movies, Mary Jane was not the girl next door.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean,
and Zendaya, I mean, wonderful actress, but nowhere near what Mary Jane is supposed to look like.
But the character, but anyway, you're right. I mean, a proper Mary Jane, and I guess if you were going to do that, then that Spider-Man would have to be rated R. Well, having her in the sexy outfits and stuff. I mean, because she was
that could be PG-13. Put her in some Daisy. Put her in Roger's Daisy Dukes.
Well, not the McFarlane outfits, maybe, but But anyway. You're right, it could be PG-13, but you're right, the proper Mary Jane. But that would then, well, it doesn't matter. I was going to say it'd be a reboot, but Marvel's been rebooting Spider-Man, or Sony's been rebooting it for almost 20 years now. So,
but I think they were talking about another Tom Holland Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, I've been reading that too. That they're going to give him a 4th flick.
Yeah. So, and I mean, the franchise has been doing great. I mean, each movie has outdone the other. So the previous one. So,
and the thing
when you're making money,
the thing is, this one would aptly have a proper title of Home Alone, because no one knows who he is. He'd be all alone, right? Because everybody's memory's been swiped, so no one will know who he is. So he would be home alone. So it'd be interesting to see how, and it would be interesting. I don't know, as long as they get everything, but beating the last film, well, into the Spider-Verse. I mean, if it were to end, that would be the proper ending to his Spider-Man stuff, and it would be interesting. But I also liked how at the end there, where he actually moved into a crappy apartment like Spider-Man did in the comics. So everything was being set up for him to be in a crappy, and then maybe he will make his way to the Daily Bugle and work with J. Jonah Jameson as an underpaid freelance photographer. So it's there. So they could do it right. And, Marvel needs to take the approach like they did with Deadpool. Get the hell out of the way. You know, but don't you? I mean, okay, Phil, you've been fine. Do you follow the superhero movies?
Not the last 10 years, but the last one I watched was the Avengers Endgame or whatever it was called. What was
Yep.
So you watched the final one.
The final one, and after that I was done.
Okay. Well, I mean, did you enjoy the ride?
Good stopping point.
Yeah.
Good stopping point.
Well, I haven't watched. I have not watched. The only one I've watched after that is Spider-Man. I haven't watched the Marvels or the Wasp Quantum Leap and all that.
I keep up with Batman. I keep up with Batman.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I like Batman. I like the Dark Knight and all those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Batman.
Unfortunately, I like this last Batman movie. I wanted to hate it so bad.
I did too. I liked it too.
I wanted to hate it so bad because I did not like Pattinson as Batman. I still don't, but he did a good job.
I like the movie, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good movie. I had a friend ask me about the new Joker movie that's coming out. I'm like, I didn't see the first one.
Oh, I like the first one.
I liked it. I mean, for a standalone picture, and if you just put it in one of those Elseworlds type of thing, you would like it.
It just shows how crappy humanity is, and so it's real realistic.
And it's true. And it still
you feel bad for the Joker.
And it still had. There was still a theme, a part in there with Thomas, with the Waynes. I mean, there was still.
Yeah.
There was still, but I'm still. I mean, I'm just like I said, Big Dog. If you put it in the Elseworlds mindset.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I've watched like half hour here, half hour there, so I've gotten pretty much most of the movie. Yeah, and that's what it is. It's Elseworlds. It's not like in the Batman universe.
Yeah, so that's what I. Sometimes you just use that Elseworlds mindset. Okay, it's not canon. Oh, thank God. So yeah.
Did you guys see the new trailer for the new one?
No, I have not.
So the new one drops. So it's a continuation of where it left off. But this time Lady Gaga is in it, and she's Harley.
Oh, okay.
And the part I really didn't like about it, from what I'm hearing and from what I'm seeing, there's about 5 musical numbers in there in the movie.
No way.
Huh?
But why didn't they let Margot play?
Because Margot can't sing like Gaga can.
Didn't have to be a musical. They could have just cut that shit.
Right.
What was auto-tune, Big Dog? Come on. Or they can.
All I know is that
Lady Gaga.
All I know is that when she's putting on, like, smearing the black makeup, like to down her cheeks, that nose is really there.
Well, she does say, yeah, she does have a.
Yes, and the way they've angled the cameras, it shows off a lot.
They could have CGI'd that thing too. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I didn't know she was in it. I mean,
yes,
I liked her in American Horror Story.
Me too. She was
great.
Yeah.
I mean, she's actually a very good actress. I'm very surprised.
And
how well she can act.
And I liked her in the movie with what was that movie? She was with Bradley.
The Star is Born.
Yeah, I liked her in that. I mean, I think I watched it because it was streaming, but I saw the first one years ago. I mean, recently, and then I watched this one. I didn't like how it ended for the final
You're just a good old country boy. Come on, it's all right.
Yeah,
don't worry.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah,
I didn't see it either.
Which one?
Either one.
The first one was Barbara Streisand, right?
Oh
yeah,
God.
and Chris Christopherson. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
is it a thing that the females have to have big noses in these in the Star is Born movies?
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. They both couldn't be in the same movie or the same scene because they'd be pecking each other. But that. But I didn't know she was in it. I guess I I knew there was a Joker 2 coming, but I didn't know it was this far in development. Or
Yeah, I believe it comes out sometime in July, I believe.
Oh, this year. All right.
Yeah, because they just dropped the trailer, so I can't remember exactly when the release date is. Let me see what.
I mean, is she actually singing, or is it just a soundtrack, or the song over what she's doing?
It looks like she's actually singing. It's like dream sequences.
Jeez. I don't know.
I
mean,
October 4th.
I guess I could bring some cotton balls with me, or those little wax things you put in your ears for concerts. And when those things show up, I can pop them in real quick. And
wow. So it comes out October 4th. And this is the surprising part because there's not a lot to it, at least in the first Joker movie. But the budget on this one is $200 million.
Wow.
That's still that's about that's about right. But I mean, it's also not a lot either for a superhero. Well, I guess it wouldn't. Well, it depends. I mean, how much special effects would there be?
Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. Warner Brothers, a Joker's, a sequel titled Joker Foel de Duc is set to release October 4th. The movie stars Joaquin Phoenix as Arthur Fleck and Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn. The film is a musical and will reportedly include at least 15 new versions of well-known songs. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Well, I got one I don't know about coming out August 23rd this year. The Crow remake.
Oh, yeah.
I love Bill Skarsgård, but as an actor, but it just doesn't look right.
A lot of people were mad that they made a reboot of that one.
Yeah, I thought
so many people.
Yep.
Brandon Lee, everybody's saying Brandon Lee is the Crow, and that's it. That's the one you should not have redone.
There are some things you shouldn't touch, and they don't realize that. And plus, it's very disrespectful. To to the actor. So, I mean, I've seen the original one. It's like, well, why touch it? I mean, it was great. I mean, there's nothing more to do to it. But the
new
thing
generation.
That's all part
new generation.
Huh?
New generation of people, new generation of kids, new Gen Zers that don't watch those old movies.
That's not my fault.
Right. Right.
You know what horror franchise I want them to reboot or redo? I want them to do the Final Destination movies again. Why? I love those movies.
Yeah, but those seem still new.
Yeah, they're not that old, are they? They came out in the aughts.
God, guys, you know we're old when we start doing this,
right?
They were in the 2000s.
Yeah, and
2000.
Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, I mean, time flies when your teams don't win Super Bowls.
Part 1 was 2000.
Shut up. Yeah, 2000. Well, it's 24 years ago.
Yeah, but.
2000, 2003, 2006, 2009, 2011.
See?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting my wish. I'm getting my wish.
No, you're not.
Final Destination Bloodlines comes out in 2025.
But is
I'm happy.
Sequel? Is it a sequel or a reboot?
It's the 6th installment of the Final Destination franchise. So it's a continuation.
You're getting a new film.
Woohoo! Okay, I'm happy.
But here's my question.
Yeah, I like them too. I like those films.
Well, I like them too. Yeah. But here's my question: What about Final Destination? Don't you understand?
I understand. When you're meant to die, you're meant to die. It's going to come get you one way or the other.
Final Destination. I like those movies too. Don't get me wrong, but I just didn't think they were, but you never know. It's Hollywood. Or whoever. Also, Big Dog, if you have Prime, I recommend a science fiction kind film, Fallout. A lot of gore in there for you, buddy.
Fallout?
Yep.
On Prime?
Yep. A lot of gore in there. I know how you like your gore.
I love
it just
gore.
dropped.
Yes, I do.
It dropped the 10th, so it's pretty new, and it's only 8 episodes. And I think, and
it's
there's
a
a lot of,
show?
Oh, Fallout. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
In fact, it's first thing on there.
yeah. See,
See,
Okay,
I see. There's
will.
a movie, The Fallout, from 2021. It's a horror drama.
yeah, but this is based on a video game that came out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a yeah. So all right, I'll add it. It's what is it? Looks like it's 8 episodes. That sound about right?
Yeah, I
Okay,
binged it the last few days. I really liked it. There was a lot of gore, and it had Walton Goggins in it, so that was pretty cool. And that's a good story.
I added it to my. I just added it to my.
I thought it was a good story the way it was told, and from what I understand, it's kind of like you don't need to have any knowledge of the video game or anything like that. You can just sit back and enjoy the story as it goes, and it's pretty interesting. I liked it. But when I saw all the blood and all the stuff, I thought of you, Big Dog, because you said you like your blood and guts. So I thought, well,
yes, I do.
Very positive reviews on it. 94% Rotten Tomatoes, 8.7 IMDb. Yeah, looks really good.
But I'm just saying, it just dropped. All the episodes are there, and I recommend it.
I'll check it out too.
I mean, yeah, go. Not just Big Dog, but Philly. But I don't know. But I just thought of Big Dog because he always said it has to be rated R and has to be blood and guts everywhere. I
agree. I agree.
I'll keep you in mind too, Philly, when I come across something. But the acting's pretty good, and it's pretty good. It's nice.
If you want an action comedy, got sex in it, it. But it's kind of funny. It's funny. It's like a tongue-in-cheek action. It's on Netflix and it's called Obliterated. 8 episodes, and I thought it was okay.
I don't have Netflix, so gotta look.
Text me later. I'll give you the info.
I used to use my sister's, and then they stopped that. They stopped the sharing.
No, what you say is you're visiting. That's how my daughter does it.
I'm visiting from halfway across the country.
Yeah. She'll text me and she'll text me and she'll be, Dad, what's the code? Because they'll send me a thing saying I get a text and they'll say, this is the code. If it's not you, don't share it. So I always give her the code and then I tell her, because I guess you can say, did you move here or are you visiting?
Oh.
So you just say you're visiting.
Okay.
So I was tired. Make sure you say you're visiting.
So there is that dreaded word that Roger isn't like loophole to get around it. I mean, it's not you can't do it every day, but still, there's a way around it if you want to watch something. It's called Obliterated.
Obliterated, yeah.
Awesome.
Well, if you guys like action, I'm not big on action, but this movie was awesome. It's called Nobody. It's on Prime. It's freaking awesome.
Called Nobody.
Was that the one about the guy that gets punched, right, on the bus or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I love that movie. Awesome. That movie was so good.
That was with was it with Cranston?
I think no, Breaking Bad.
Yeah,
yeah, he's on Breaking Bad, but I don't know if it was Cranston though. But it was oh man, I remember when he first.
The lawyer guy, Saul.
Yeah,
Saul Goodman. What's his? Oh, come on.
Bob.
Yeah, don't call Saul.
Yeah,
Better call Saul.
Yeah. I was close, but
wasn't he trying to?
I did.
Wasn't he trying to get the daughter's doll back or something? I had something to do with the daughter, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I watched it and I did enjoy that film. I think
that was a good one.
I did like that. Yeah, Nobody. Yeah, it's like, yeah. You're right. I did like it. Did you like it, Philly?
I loved it.
Yeah, it was good. It's a good flick.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know you're not into action like you said, but a good series on Prime. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a spin-off of the movie, but it's called Reacher.
I haven't even seen
from the Tom Cruise movie that he did. But it's not Tom Cruise, thank God. But so he's an ex-military guy that he's kind of a nomad, but always tries to right the wrong type of thing. It's gone 2 seasons, 8 episodes per, and he's usually solving a crime one way or the other. But it's pretty good.
And he's and the actor's not 5'4".
Yeah, no, this guy. In fact, did you watch Titans, Almighty?
I've seen the Reacher film on TV series. So.
Oh, okay. So you know the guy I'm talking about. Yeah, he's huge.
Yeah, this guy's huge. So, but the Reacher, the Reacher series is more based on the books than Tom.
Yeah, than the movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Philly, the guy is about 6'5", probably about 275, 280, no fat.
Damn.
And if you saw it in a wrestling ring, you'd run the other way.
Yeah. The guy, yeah. So it's pretty decent.
Yeah,
I liked it.
The first season's really good.
Yeah, the second one wasn't as good, but it was still a decent season.
It was enjoyable, but the first season just.
Oh yeah,
it was awesome. Because I remember, I mean, I read the book that it was based on. I mean, it wasn't exactly like the book, but
of course not. Yeah,
but the characters were right. I mean, the characters were the right name, the right authenticity, and all that stuff. They didn't, so everything was right. But the liberties they took, was awesome. You could live with them.
Yeah,
like I said, I did read the first book because I think I read them because I saw the Tom Cruise movies. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Tom Cruise, but the Reacher, like with Tom Cruise with the Reacher, his first movie was okay, was pretty decent. The second one was crap. So I mean,
I agree. First one was okay. The second one, I was like, oh.
And plus, I think at the time I knew that the Reacher was not 5'4". So I mean, why is Tom Cruise doing this? I don't get it. But
Tom would have issues with you saying he's 5'4".
Well, he can come talk to me personally right now. As a matter of fact, he wants to be on my show and talk to me about it. We'll do it then too. But
someone made a comment about him that he's like 5'7" or 5'8", and I think he tried to say he was like 5'11".
Well, who's drinking, big dog? Jesus. Holy.
And I'm thinking only if you're wearing stiletto heels, man, because you ain't close to that.
Well, he's listed at 5'7".
Yeah.
They always list higher than lower.
Yeah, I'm figuring he's more like 5'6".
That means the actors around you were 7'5". I don't know. That's wow. I'm not saying I like his Mission Impossible movies. I'll give him that. I do like those films.
It's funny you say that.
A little old.
I have yet to watch them, but I got all of them here.
Oh.
Yeah. I have not watched them yet.
I think the latest one is streaming.
Yes, the latest one is streaming on Paramount, I believe.
Yeah, Paramount. I did watch that. It was pretty good. And it leads it, but the ending leads to his other one that he's going to be coming out probably.
Yeah, it comes out this year.
So yeah. And I guess, but so what? He's aging, but still he keeps his career going, and he's still getting payday.
And I can't believe at his age, because he is older, that he's still doing his own stunts.
Yeah.
That man's crazy.
Yeah. You got to give him credit. He hasn't been relegated to doing the expendable movies. I mean, they're entertaining, I'm just saying, but usually that's where action figures go to die. So, but to get all those people.
I feel bad for Bruce Willis now, though.
Mm-hmm. I do, yeah.
He's in bad shape. I saw a picture of him with one of his daughters maybe about 3 months ago. And I guess the disease that he has is to the point where he can't talk anymore. And he physically has to be helped around the house and such. So all that money just goes to show you doesn't, can't buy you health.
Yeah.
Because he's worth like over $300 million.
Well, no, money can't do that, but still, it's still bad. I like him. I like him as an actor. What did you say? Or who said what? I missed it.
I said, unless you're Magic Johnson.
Oh. Oh gosh. Okay.
Good stuff. I had to give Big Dog.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, that man's I mean, he paid for his health. You're right. He flew the entire world probably a few times over to get the right concoction.
And what's crazy is he's my favorite basketball player of all time. I was a huge Magic Johnson fan growing up, watching him play for Michigan State and stuff.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He's hometown to me. Yeah. So I had a Magic Johnson.
So you must have
everything.
Go ahead. So you must have loved the oh yeah. I had a Lakers one like that was airbrushed by Chalk Line.
Okay.
The jacket. And it was a Lakers one. It had Magic and Worthy and Kareem on there and the whole thing. That was a nice jacket. So you must have loved the Indiana-Michigan game then.
Indiana-Michigan game.
The Larry Bird Magic Johnson game.
Oh God. Yeah, Michigan State. Yeah. When you said Michigan, I was thinking Michigan.
Oh,
Michigan
yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I always liked Larry Bird too, even though I would never like the Celtics. I always liked
and you guys know my hate for the Celtics.
Yeah.
I always respected Larry Bird.
Yeah.
Because that man could play.
Yep.
You could drop him in any era and he would excel.
He was such a great shooter. My God.
And he's such a trash talker. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep. And then when he was playing later with that bad back of his, just wouldn't quit, man.
Yep. It wasn't until Magic retired where he was like, I mean, if you've seen any of the interviews, where he talks about it, he's just like, it wasn't there anymore. I had no one to compete against. Because, he talked about how he would always look at the standings or to see what the Lakers did, and he'd be like, oh, Magic's probably shooting, 100 jumpers, so I'm going to shoot 200 jumpers. And I believe it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, with that bad back, he didn't even get it playing basketball. He got it repaving his mom's driveway.
Oh, wow.
Because she said she knew a new driveway. And, of course, being from Indiana, country kid, he got out and, got the concrete and smashed it himself and then cleared it all out by hand. And he said one of the times he was lifting, he felt the back go, and he just kept on going. And that's what started it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So his would probably be the, two. His would probably be one of the two Celtic jerseys I would ever actually buy. If I were to if I had a man cave and displayed jerseys, I would have Birds up there and maybe Dennis Johnson. Because Dennis Johnson was the only other Celtic that I respected.
Yeah, I still wouldn't. I'd just do Bird.
Yeah, Dennis is iffy. I would never do Ainge, and I would, of course, no McHale.
Yeah, or Parrish.
But Chief was okay, but no. Yeah. I wish I had the money back then, and it was, now looking back, of course, it would be cheap. It was like $15,000. This was maybe about 10, 12 years ago. Some guy was selling his jersey collection, and he had, he was a Laker fan. He was LA, so of course he had all the Laker ones from the 80s and the 2000s. All the big names. And then he had Bird, he had Dr. J, Dominique, Patrick Ewing, Bill Russell. I think he had a Chamberlain jersey from the Sixers. He had something like 50 or 60 jerseys, all signed by every single one of the players.
Wow.
Yes, and he had them all on display. He had pictures, he had a video and pictures.
Wow.
And he was selling for like 15. I think it was $15,000 on eBay. And I was like, oh my God, I wish.
Right.
Especially now. Oh my God, they'd be worth
a ton,
hundreds of thousands.
Yep.
But that was it.
Well, that's what you can say about almost anything. That's because
Speaking of,
speaking of,
just more of a tangent. We're already on tangents, but it's getting late, so we'll end it real soon. The auction for the comic book auction happened by Heritage Comics 2 weeks ago. Ended, I think it was last week. Action Comics won, graded 8.5. Only two books graded higher than that in history. Broke a record. The 8.5 broke a record once again. Action Comics won, for people that don't know, is of course the first appearance of Superman, 1938. Unheard of at an 8.5 grade. Sold with the buyer's premium, but without the buyer's premium, it sold for $5 million. With the 20% buyer's premium, so that's another million. So technically, the sale was $6 million.
What's buyer's premium?
So this is what I hate about these assholes. Sorry, these people. So the auction house that sells a Heritage Auctions, they're one of the premier guys for comics. What they do is say, I have the book and you're Heritage. I go to you and say, will you sell this book for me?
Okay.
And you tell me, I'll sell this book for you, but I get 20% of whatever it sells for. Okay. And I add it to the price. I don't take it from the price. I add it to this.
So you still get your money.
Yeah. So, no, that's the buyer. So Almighty buys it for $5 million. I add 20% to his total, so it's $6 million now because I get it. You get $1 million from him. But since I'm asking you to sell it, I believe the seller's premium is either 10 or 12%. So not only do you get money from the buyer, but you get it from the seller also. So they made about $1.5 million just to sell it, just to be able to say, hey, here's this book. How much do you want to buy it for?
Yeah.
Jeez. Wow. And real quick here, yes, Anime Girl, we are still going.
Yes. So, those auction, as I said, Heritage, one of the premier ones. There's also one called Comic Link, which is the one I like because they only charge 10%. So, that saves a lot of money. Of course, I would never be able to buy some that expensive, but I have bought a few things from both auction houses, and you see the difference in that 20% versus 10%.
For sure.
Yeah, so that's how they make their money. Then they usually do about 4 to 5 premier comic book auctions every year. So they make a ton of money.
Okay.
Yep.
But anyways, it is now 11:01 on the Pacific Coast. It is 1 o'clock in Almighty's time, and I'm not sure if it's 1 o'clock at Philly's time or 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Okay, you're Eastern time. All right.
Yep.
So we will call it a day.
Well, we were going to end with a joke, and then I guess I started it because I wanted you to watch that Fallout real quick. But we ended on a good note, though, because we talked the whole show TMZ style with dark news, but to end it with a joke and then talking about some good films and some stuff, we brought the thing back up on the happy meter. So
I can change that, Almighty, if you want.
No, fuck no. I'm sorry, I didn't even drop the F-bomb.
No. Yankees 3, Cleveland 0.
Here's what we're going to do.
Well, see, it's your fault, Almighty, because you had a skull behind you, so that made the show go dark.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So you're the Punisher. You're the Punisher in this whole thing.
That's right. I'm the Punisher. Don't screw with me. I got my gun. Whatever. Well, the next time I'm going to put one of those smiley faces behind me, and
there you go.
Maybe it'll work. Maybe not. I don't know, but we'll see. Okay. Well, 2:02 on the East. That means it's 11:02 with the big dog, and your time in between the East and the West. Everybody have a great week. And before you leave, if you're new, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, hit that notification button. Never mind what Big Dog's doing. And Philly, Any last words?
Everybody enjoy your weekend.
That's true. What about you, Big Dog? Any last words?
I'm just here to make Philly laugh.
That's true. That is very true. All right, people, we are out of here. Good day.